คิดทุกความรอ
One of the cars that he did end up in the biggest amount of trouble with was the car that ended up winning the whole race yesterday afternoon in this TSS Supercar GT3 event here. Drivers are currently out there now. So, and hey, lo and behold, as if they're listening to us back in Thailand, but they're not. I can assure you that much at least. But there is the win here by BQAR Audi R8 GT3. Sandy Stuvik. Pardon me, his teammate is Deng Yi. So it'll be Deng to start the race in that car and then hand over to Sandy for the finishing half of that one there. You can see here drivers, team members, sponsors and partners all preparing to make their way to the grid as the cars are either coming out of the pits or now out on track and circulating around to the starting grid for the pre-race bits and pieces that need to be done here before we'll get the racing action back underway here to kick off our afternoon.
Yeah, so in terms of this afternoon's coverage, we've got Super Pickup, both categories of that to come your way. We've got the GTC, GT4, no, sorry, my apologies, GTM, GT4 class to come as well. And that will round us out for today's racing action. So I believe we're going to have the 2 of the 1 hour races, which will be headlined by this GT3 race here. And a reminder, the field expanded over the winter. Douglas Kumu from the Aston Martin Vantage that he ran in the GT3 spec last year moves into the Mercedes. Certainly looked a lot more comfortable in that car. That's the Viper Nitsa Racing Mercedes that you saw just at the bottom left-hand side of that shot. Deng Yi. Now lining up in the grid is an expansion of the Audi R8 program for B-Quik Absolute Racing, also supported by Win here. And then, of course, don't forget that there's the second of the Mercedes-Benz AMGs, which got added to the field, as well as the return of both the BMWs. And then finally rounding us out was the expansion of the Honda NSX program, including what won its first race in the category yesterday was Piti Burimbakti and Kantasak Kanta D in the Team Singer Thailand entry, which was phenomenal to see on debut, Dan.
That it was, yes, indeed. And yeah, just seeing here some more of the trackside shots. Well, this is above the track, so not so trackside, but it's going to be a fun bit of racing. Well, listen, that's what we're hoping for. Safety car and pit strategy ended up making part of that answer there, but as part of all the pre-race preparation, there's Piti Burimbakti, although he'll be talking in Thai, I believe, for this race, or this competition, I should say, sorry. But Piti, one of the drivers in the winning number 12 Honda NSX GT3 from yesterday's race, which, yeah, was a great one there. I mean, yeah, part of it is compensation times in the pit stop. They'll now have success compensation times to worry about for this car as well. And the safety car really mixing things up. It's probably the biggest thing of the day yesterday, but it made for a thrilling sort of potential chase, which didn't eventuate in the end. It was Jesse Kronemark trying to hunt down this number 12 Honda NSX GT3. But see here, some pit practice. Expect to see some tyre changes from these cars in the pit stop, thanks to the time they've got, along with the driver change. So that will be curious to see how tyres handle. Hankook control slick tyres for this category here, which does see a little bit of degradation, it seems, in these even 1 hour races, Scott. But Depends what the teams have got left on hand for this afternoon's final race of the weekend.
Yeah, that number 12 car winning on debut. That's a huge story that's coming out of things. They'll be starting out of 4th place in this afternoon's racing action. Don't forget as well the number 25 car, the Huang Rohan and Adisak GT3M race winner from yesterday. 4 amateur teams in the field of 10. And that was a fun battle to keep an eye on. Paint trading. You don't normally see. Look, I mean, maybe in Europe you do see a fair bit of door banging and paint trading expensive racing machines over in Europe. As Marcus Winkelhock on screen getting ready for his racing action. I think that would have been a shot for him this morning, perhaps yesterday afternoon. In terms of things, but yeah, there was a lot more door banging than certainly I've seen for a fair while in GT3 action, which surprised me. Expensive race cars, very expensive when it goes wrong.
Yes, it was almost a minor miracle we didn't have more drama than we did get in that case. With Goody here now down on the track with our GT3 cars getting ready. Pit exit now closed. I believe everyone out on circuit and getting final preparations complete. And also a chance for drivers, teams, fans and sponsors and everything to engage with these cars here on the grid before they get racing here this afternoon. And I can hear Goody in the background there as part of his on-track introductions. If we're lucky, he might be talking to someone here, such as Jesse Cron in that pole position BMW for Team AAI, that we might be able to hear a brief interview in English before this race gets underway. So we'll see where he goes with this one, Scott. And if he does start talking to that 91 BMW out of this Jesse behind the wheel, I believe this will see listen in to Jesse Cron here with Goody.
Not different for today, right?
Sorry?
Not different about today?
Well, we're in a better spot to start with. So yesterday we started P5, finished P2, yes. And today we're P1, so we can only aim for one thing.
So by the way, congratulations for the first qualified to Q2.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good one. And yeah, with the time penalties or the handicaps that we got yesterday, it's going to be a difficult race. But I think we have a good car, and we just can only do our best and see where we end up.
Absolutely. So how's your strategy today?
Strategy is to be fast.
Only fast.
Yeah,
right.
fast and keep it clean.
Okay, just leave a comment to Thai fan who's spotting you here.
Yeah, thank you everyone. It's great to be here in Thailand. Always nice weather. A little bit hot for a Finnish guy. People are super nice. The food is good, so always happy to come here.
Alright, best of luck here.
Thank you.
โอเคก็ถามเจสซี่โกนะครับว่าวันนี้เป็นอย่างไรบ้างก็อากาศดีครับแล้วก็เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างดีกลยุทธ์ไม่มีอะไรมากครับนอกจากขับรถให้มันเร็วแล้วก็สำหรับ BM ไม่ทำให้ผิดหวังอยู่แล้ว
Well, ladies and gents, good to hear that Jesse Crone's at least targeting. Look, one of the biggest strategy points that you can incorporate into your race strategy, Dan, is go fast. So good to see he's incorporated that. And I believe we're going to be chatting to Carlo Van Dam now.
Fine. I'm doing well. How are you? You're sweating.
Yeah, it's still a little bit hot.
Yeah, it is, man.
All right, talk about today. You have you're preparing for a strategic trick plan to race in this one.
Yeah, so we have a bit of problems with the car throughout the weekend.
Yes.
However, I was still surprised to find myself in P2 for this race.
Yes.
We'll see. I'm confident that I can do the job.
Yeah.
If we fix all the issues, hopefully we can put up a good fight. And then Kunjahi hopefully can take it over and finish the job for us.
Yes. By the way, congratulations for second qualified today too. And send for...
You know what they say, right? P2 is the first loser.
Oh.
So we want to be P1 today.
Wow. All right. Best of luck here.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. ครับ
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ครับโอ้คาร์โลน่ารักมากเลยนะก็คือตอบในเรื่องของการขับขี่ในวันนี้เนี่ยไม่ว่า
Oh,
Now we
that's
have some insight from. Oh, we're going to jump on each other. I thought. Oh, that's all right, Scott. Yeah, but some interesting insight there from Carlo Van Dam, and also important thing here to note there, describing some issues with the car this weekend, and now hoping to have them sorted as the race plays itself out. That might be interesting to watch. You might explain why this car, which we were hoping was going to be strong in the back half of yesterday's race, didn't quite eventuate like Jesse Cron or Marcus Winkelhock's cars chasing down the number 12 for the win.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, had a lot of pace. They were right there, and they're about issues with the car yesterday afternoon. I think you could see that Carlo was not near the pace I think he'd necessarily be happy with. phenomenal battle from Winkelhock and Jesse Krohn. I mean, Krohn set fastest lap of the race right in the dying moments of that session. So, you know, anything could have gone on. With, you know, the way that race ended up, I was really surprised that Jesse was able to look after the tire and keep getting as much out of it as he was possibly capable of. And Marcus Winkelhock took him all the way to the line. There was nothing in it. There was less than a second in the tail end of the race. So, you know, is what it is. But that's racing, and they're looking to change that today. Of course, don't forget success ballast is one of the key parts of this. So, you know.
Yes, well, actually going to quickly go double check those things here. So handicaps in terms of, oh, sorry, handicap balance will be locked in at this point. But yes, the handicap comes from time in the pit stop. So that will be one to watch out for in this second race. If it follows on from what we saw in Thailand Super Compact, it'll be 15 seconds for our race winner, the number 12 car. Yesterday, it'll be 10 seconds for the number 91 in second place and 5 seconds for the number 27 in third. I'm going to try and find that document that confirms the pit stop times for all cars on top of the minimum 90-second pit entry to pit exit time requirement. And I'll get back to you on that one once I've found said document.
So in the meantime, moving down the field, that's Deng Yi, who will be partnering with Sandy Stuvik. Stuvik has won a multitude of Thailand Super Series titles across the years. So, you know, experienced driver pairing that one. This will be Betty Chen starting the number 90 car. Second and last of our starters, and I think we've actually lost a car since actually yesterday as well. So, interesting to note on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no sign of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes is who we're missing. The number 85 machine that had,
which means that was a failure yesterday, Dan.
It does explain a little bit more there. Yes, indeed.
Well, to everyone that wasn't here yesterday, they were the car that ended up in the gravel and caused the safety car. So that would be the reason for it. I wonder whether or not it was a part failure, brake failure, might have been an upright failure as well. But anyway, yes. No updates on what the go was with that car, but either way, ended up in the gravel and ended up on the trailer going home. So moments away, I think, from rolling off the grid here, Dan.
Yeah, we should only be a couple of minutes away from that now, though. Team members now trying to keep doors open, let some air into these cockpits as long as they can, although it's certainly warm air here at the Chang International Circuit. So have to be mindful, of course, of that as to how they play things out. So those top three cars, the 91, the 89, the 27 there. The cars with our three international drivers behind the wheel. Whether there might be some surprises from further back in the field. Unfortunately, I've not found a document that outlines the compensation times for GT3 today. So I'll refer back to yesterday's document as at least a bit of a reference, because those times won't change much. It'll just be those success compensation times which will be added to this one. So as with all the other categories with a compulsory pit stop in these 60-minute format races, Scott, 90 seconds from pit entry to pit exit is the minimum amount of time you have to be in the lane for. So make sure you time your pit stops appropriately then. Cars such as the number 25 of Huang Rohan and Adasak from B-Quik Absolute Racing outfit, as being both FIA bronze rated drivers, they have 0 additional seconds added to their pit stop time. For a bronze and silver pairing, which actually don't have in this one this year. But it can say also 8 seconds addition in this class for teams running a single driver lineup, which in this case is only Douglas Koo. And he's a single bronze for 8 seconds there in the number 65 for Viper Nizza Racing. The next minimum time difference is for a bronze and silver pairing, sorry. The number 12, P. Birombakti and Kantasak Kusiri. In that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, the blue and yellow Honda NSX GT3. They have 23 seconds added for driver pairing on top of the 90 seconds, so it's 113. for that car. Plus, we expect a 15-second addition for them. So that will take them to 128 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. 27 seconds then for Vorel Birunbakti and Carlo Van Dam for an FIA bronze and gold pairing in this race, which means it's 117 seconds for them as things stand. You then have 28 seconds for Lin Hao and Marcus Winkelhock for being a bronze platinum pairing, 118. Add on 10 seconds for them being in P2 yesterday. Sorry, that was P3, so it'll be 5 seconds, apologies. So that'll be 123 total for them. Looking again for the 91, Jesse Cron and Chunha Chen is a bronze gold pairing, so same as Biron Bhakti and Carlo Van Dam in the 89 Honda. 27 seconds for them, plus 10, becoming second yesterday, so it's 127. So in the end, I think most of our cars that we're looking for in this race will be pretty much similar on pit stop times by the looks of things. The big outliers are the number 37, win here by BQAR Audi, and the number 62, B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, because both of those pairings are FIA silver all around, which unfortunately means for them they have 40 seconds added for an all silver pairing, so a total of 130 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. So that there on screen was your grid order, and it will be the number 2 drivers who start this race. So Jesse Cron, Carlo Van Dam, Marcus Winkelhock, Kantersack, Eshem Pieris, Adasak, Den Yi, Betty Chen, Douglas Koo, the only driver who's here solo this weekend as they get the instructions, Scott, to go 2x2. It's almost time to go racing in TSS Supercar GT3 for their final race of the weekend.
Yep, safety car is going to file down to the pit lane. We'll exit to the bottom corner of your screen right about now, which means it's time for the biggest, the baddest, the fastest cars of the weekend. The B-Quik team are all lined up to watch along, ladies and gentlemen. Right along with us as we bring you the coverage of your Thailand Supercar GT3. Also, by the way, now going out on Instagram Live. Ladies and gents, it's time for the biggest race of the weekend. Race number 2. The pro drivers are going to have at it to start. 60 minutes plus 1 lap. And already Jesse Crow gets out to an early lead. Good start from Winkelhock. Tries to get to the inside and does manage to clear him. Carlo Van Dam will be forced to slot back into 3rd place. And now it's going to be, where does Kantersack file into this coverage?
Apologies there for the video freeze there. It means we're going to jump back to the Thai feed as a backup, which means we're actually going to watch this race start once again here. So apologies if you think you're seeing the same thing twice. You certainly are. We'll hopefully have this sorted out in due course. Indeed, you can see here that Winkelhock got the run on Van Dam on the inside to turn 1. In the background there, you had the 37 and the number 12 ended up side by side. So I'm trying to see here, I think the number 12's had actually a very good jump. Yeah, up to P5 from... he's lost a spot, gone down from P4 to P5 there. The car that's making moves in this race is the 62. Eshem Pieris getting ahead there as they round turn 3 there, and mostly keeping together in the pack. But indeed, Jesse Cron getting a couple of car lengths on Marcus Winkelhock. Carlo Van Dam, although watch there for that second B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, looking to put on a bit of a charge here in the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, now there'll be time to get your head down. Where do you spot your turn 5, and immediately to the inside comes Eshem Pieris trying to pick up a spot as well on that number 12 car, and does manage to do so. So automatically trying to jump his way back through the field, but the fight back now coming through actually might be it is the 62 car, and it's the second of the Honda NSXs. It's the 12 car trying to defend for all money, hang on to his spot. They've managed to do so thus far, and now Deng Yi has managed to jump through and get ahead of Eshem Pieris as well. So what was an attempt at an overtake for Pieris has now resulted in him losing a spot as well. And the next problem they've got to do is trying to settle these cars down immediately out of the front. Go the 2 pro drivers. Jesse Crone leads the way from Marcus Winkelhock. How long does that Audi R8 take to wind itself up and start to go hunting? Remember yesterday that the BMW was just a fraction quicker in terms of straight line speed as well.
Watch the cars through first lap on the board. Focusing in here on the 89 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand blue and white of Carlo Van Dam. Remember there, speaking to Goody on the grid, he said that there was some issues with that car that hadn't quite resolved, that they'd hoped to get eventually fixed up by the end of the weekend. And that there, of course, the number 12 race winner in yesterday's outing, as that's the garage there. Looks like AAI Motorsport have got the race leader. So got Betty Chen, who looks to be back towards, well, 7th at the start-finish line, might be 8th place at the moment from what I can see. But eyes on the Singer Motorsport Hondas as they file through turn 4 at this stage. And then try and get it pulled up for turn 5. Looking pretty decent so far, but gap starting to build to the top 2 ahead of the 89 here.
Yeah, now they'll try and settle themselves down on into the middle stint of this race. And it's going to be a difficult one, I think, with temperatures yet again up and around that 40 mark. The humidity's up a little bit from yesterday as well. So in terms of things, how good was the safety car? What racing action did it really provide? It was phenomenal to end the stream yesterday. But as it currently stands, it's Jesse Krohn who leads the way, but the NSXs are probably where the real fight is. I'm interested to see if Deng Yi can go with the 2 Honda NSXs. As for our straight line speed, by the way, BMW's been fastest through the speed trap all weekend. There's only been a couple kilometers an hour in it in terms of that speed trap speed. At the NSX's no slouch in a straight line, so it seems as if peak top speed goes to the BMWs, and then it's immediately followed by the NSX's. The Mercedes, we've lost. Remember that the second of the Mercedes, and they seem to be the slowest through the speed trap in terms of outright speed at the end of the straight off of turn 1. But for the meantime, what is Winkelhock doing? Yesterday took some time just to bring the tyres up to temperature. Lost a lot in the opening couple laps. He is losing a little bit again here today, but it doesn't quite appear to be anywhere near as much, Dan. But the middle part of that stint for Marcus Winkelhock, he really started to come back at Jesse Krohn, and then Krohn responded again late on in the stint. So, in terms of your tyre wear, they were able to hang on to the tyres quite well. And again, like I said, set fastest lap times, albeit the sun was starting to go off the circuit yesterday. Race today, local time is just after 1 p.m. So it's going to be hot the whole way through the race. And in fact, probably the hottest part of the day.
Yes, yeah, it is a very good point to make there. Several hours earlier in the about 3 hours to be precise, earlier in the day for this race versus what we saw yesterday afternoon. So I think, tyre management is probably going to be a little bit more important in this race today. As we watch here, and Esham Pierce, number 62, B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, currently second of the cars from that team in the line. Adasak there is unfortunately having a bit of a rough one. Currently sitting back there in 8th place at the moment. Is actually the 4th of those cars. And there's Douglas Koo, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately, is in a bit of a different world on pace. Currently doing lap times in the 1:42 range, while, for example, your race leader is doing laps in the 1:36 bracket. So for Douglas Koo, I think the Mercedes is probably not necessarily slow on a straight line. I think that more does perhaps suggest Douglas's confidence and experience around here might be also showing a little bit relative. Because also considering we're talking about FIA Platinum and Gold rated drivers here at the front of the field who are driving these cars on the regular and know how to push the maximum out of his, whereas Douglas bronze rated and also on his own for this car and this weekend. So part of that there might all add up in a little bit of sense. But again, back looking at the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSXs as they continue to run line astern. Watch out though there for Deng Yi in the background, 1.3 seconds behind Kantasak. So they're up at turn 8 and turn 9 once again here on this lap as we come in to get these opening laps underway and build up the speed. Although, as I said, watch for those speeds to start dropping off as the tyres begin to burn down.
So at the moment, it's been fastest lap of the race on the last time by 36.441 for Jesse Krohn out in front, 36.810 for Marcus Winkelhock as they come by the start-finish line this time by. Gaps updated now, a 2-second margin to the race lead. Carlo Van Dam's now about 4.5 seconds backward. I tell you what, Kantasak's actually coming back at him in the second of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSXs. It's Kantasak Kasiri. In that car, the silver-rated driver is taking it to the gold-rated driver, Carlo Van Dam. So doing a phenomenal job. The two Honda NSXs in 3rd and 4th. But in the meantime, still under control. The number 91 machine of Team AAI BMW for Jesse Krohn and Chunhua Chen of the Finnish driver behind the wheel at the moment, and the Taiwan driver currently will be handing over to that car at the pit stop. For those of you tuning in for the first time, this is 60 minutes plus 1 lap in the Thailand Supercar GT3. Oh, and by the way, compulsory pit stop window, end of the 25th minute all the way through to the start of the 36th minute of the race. So when that clock hits 35 minutes to go, up in the top left-hand corner, pit lane window will open. If there's a safety car out on the track, it will close the window. If it's already open, it'll be extended. And if it hasn't opened as yet, they will just wait for the safety car to finish before they reopen that window. That did happen yesterday too. We were partially into the window, just barely had that window opened. But in the meantime, it's Cantersack starting to close in on that Honda NSX. Last lap times by when they get to the start-finish line, 38.255 for Carlo Van Dam, 38.366. They've already fallen off about 0.4 of a second in terms of their lap pace as the stint starts to wear on in a very, very hot and Thailand circuit.
I'm being told we are going to get sound and vision back here in a second, which means we're also going to have a bit of a time skip as part of this, a bit of desync at the moment. It means there we go. You can now enjoy the sounds of these GT3 cars. So this is how things stand. Only fractions of a lap later. We're going to jump about 30 seconds odd time forward in time. But here you are back with the race leader, Jesse Krohn, looking very much comfortable and in control in this Team AAI BMW. Although don't forget, got to try and pull about 5 seconds at least on that Meng model sponsored B-Quik Absolute Racing number 27 Audi in the background, because that is the difference in success compensation time in the pit lane. So with the gap currently sitting, well, it was 2.7 seconds. They're both across the line now. It is 2.7 seconds, I should say, on the current lap there. And on that last lap also, advantage Winkelhock. 37.6 for your race leader versus a 36.5. It's meant to be just, it's actually less than 1/10 of a second difference, but that Audi starts slowly closing back in once again. That will be important though, as you kept noting there. Scott, BMW still very strong in a straight line to the tune of about 5.5 kilometers an hour difference at the speed trap according to their transponders and the live timing results that we're working off here today.
Yep, so, and that was the shot as well. It was in that left-hand side from the Team AAI garage as well. Managing the 91 car, reading off the telemetry, making sure all the engine temperatures and pressures are all to spec. I guarantee you there'd be just about no blanking in those cars. They wouldn't have to worry about trying to keep the heat in. There's enough heat in those things. They want to try and get it out if physically possible. So, Winkelhock driving to the limits of the track as they come down through turn number 7. I tell you what, onboard shots inside these cars are just phenomenal, the amount of speed that they carry through here. Turn 9 gets back to the right, a little bit of a dip through turn 10, and then back up and over the crest at turn number 11. For those of you watching who know this circuit potentially from MotoGP, yes, it is the same circuit as the Thailand GP circuit. It's been run here for a number of years. So pit lane window will open at 1:42 p.m. and 58 seconds. That's they do that judged off 30 when it'll hit 35 minutes on that clock on the top left-hand corner of your screen. And stewards go back and make sure they get that timing perfectly right. It'll currently be about right about 13 minutes from now, just over 13 minutes from now. So.
And it will indeed. Continue to watch here, yeah, the Meng model sponsored number 27. Again, the gap in Sector 1 continued to be about 0.4 of a second. And that seems to be mostly in straight line speed. But then Marcus can bring back time through this middle part here, or the braking into turn 3 perhaps a bit, but then definitely turns 4, 5, and 6. Now these corners, definitely a spot where the Audi is strong, and the sector timing comes through. It's 35.6 for Jesse Krohn up ahead, and 35.5 for Winkelhock here on screen. So loses 0.4 in the opening sector, gains back another 10, gains back a 10.5 in Sector 2, but then there's also Sector 3 here to worry about, and being a spot where you can gain some more time, more twisting and turning through here, and a couple of important braking zones as we'll check back in with third and fourth. Carlo Van Dam and Kantersak here working just a little bit further on back. They don't quite have the pace of our top two, which means for that number 12 car that has 15 seconds of success compensation pit stop time, not going to be ideal though. Headlight flash there, Scott, from the number 12. And, the 89 definitely slow off the final corner. Kantersak wants on by so he can see if he can stretch the legs on the blue and yellow Singer Motorsport Honda. And even though he would, quote-unquote, technically be considered, I guess, the junior of the team, although update from Race Control, him and also the 37 of Deng Yi and the 89 of Carlo Van Dam, actually, all been a little bit naughty. Got themselves some black and white flags for pushing the track limits a few too many times. Is in a bit too hot.
My word, that nearly went so wrong. That would nearly be teammates. What's the one rule in motorsport, Dan? The one rule that you've got to comply with at all times. It's don't take out your teammate. And Kantersak nearly put the two Team Singer Thailand entries on the back of a tow truck. Nearly 15 minutes into this race, ran very, very wide. How's the response though now from Eshan Pieris as he starts to get a lot closer to Deng Yi? They've just run their fastest up of the session of 37.770. Last time by for Deng Yi, 38.149. So I wonder whether or not that's Deng Yi entry's now just over pressured its tyres just a fraction. And now we've got to keep an eye on Kantersak as he starts to get close to Carlo Van Dam yet again, because that one's not going away anytime soon. In the meantime, battle up front, margin as it currently stands. We'll get an update when they come across the start-finish line this next time by. But lap times once again starting to favour Jesse Crone as we're apologise to you all, dealing with just a few issues as it currently stands.
Lap time there for the two Hondas was the 38.477 for Van Dam versus the 38.6 for Kantersak. So despite the fact that he ran so far wide, he only lost 0.2 of a second. His apologies there. I had some issues. So, and then you can see him behind Deng Yi, 38.6, about on pace with Kantersak. Eshan Pieris, 38.3, a little bit quicker than Van Dam up the road. So I think it's quite likely that we're going to see the two Audi swap. And in theory, we're seeing those two Hondas swap at some point soon here. As here we go. To the inside goes Eshan Pieris, although the Deng Yi leaves the door 6 miles wide. There at turn 3, can actually cut back though underneath for the exit and the run to turn 4. He'll try, but I think there, now it's going to be the inside for turn 4 will be Eshan Pieris's, although it's a dead heat here, Scott, on the run to said turn 4. Anyone going to yield here, boys? Your teammates?
Oh, Deng Yi overzealous on the entry speed down at turn 4. Out, picks up some dirt on the tyres, and it's going to be Eshan Pieris that steps through. The next part about this equation is, can they go and start to chase down the two Honda NSXs up the road? Because that'll be a large part about their strategy. Track position's key. There is compensation time to come to those pit stops after the results from yesterday. So anything could still happen. And at this point in time, I think there would be a change for first as it currently stands in the pits, because they're maintaining that margin between the top two. And the number 12 car finished, well, it won the race yesterday over the BMW of the 91 and the 27 Audi. And again, Kantersak is saying, hey, I'm a little bit faster. I want to go and see if I can't set about winning this race, because, reminder, they're going to have a supremely long pit stop. So once an opportunity to get on by, you'll have to go and earn that one. But for the meantime, letting Carlo Van Dam know that, hey, I'm being held up a little bit here, and this might be it. This might be the time they get down to the inside. Deep under brakes for both the Honda NSXs. Space created by Van Dam, space used by Kantersak as he gets down through the inside, and it's going to be a swap of position for the two Hondas.
Checks the balance there. And gets on through for that all-important position there. So checking the box nicely now. Can Kantersak pull the margin, maybe start closing his... Look at that there. Gap from the race lead at the start-finish line was 16.6 seconds. So it's kind of hurt them here a bit as falling this far back. So they'll be looking to try and now go play catch-up a little bit because they've got their work cut out for them and probably now almost in need of a safety car to mix things up a little bit so they have a chance to get back in it here, Scott.
Well, don't say that, Ten, because of course the other side of this equation is, you know, we're looking at the pro drivers out on track at this point in time. Wait till the AMs get in. That's going to change things significantly as well, and it always roughs things up just a little bit. For some of the teams, they've got quite an even driver pairing, and that 25 is one of those cars. They've probably got, sorry, not the 25, I'm thinking the 62. The 62 Audi has actually got one of the most even driver pairings. They're relatively quite close together in terms of lap speed as they run wide at turn one. So in terms of the opening stint, things not going their way at the moment, but pit stops to come, compensation times to be added, and the AM drivers to get in, and that's the critical factor. There's only one team in this race that does actually have a silver driver as their second-rated driver. So whilst it looks like the margins are opening up at the moment, that will all change.
Yeah, this whole
Sorry, my
carefully
apologies. Two silver combinations, which is the 37 with Sandy Stuvik and the 62. Yeah.
Yeah, both two of the cars from the B-Quik Absolute Racing stable overall. Yes, we'll be careful about this. We just check in there with our top two. 3.7 seconds the difference at the start finish line, which that gap might continue to grow potentially in the next couple of laps. And then our two Hondas. And you have to say, by the looks of things there, Kantersak starting to pull a couple of car lengths on Carlo Van Dam. Would be suggestive of the fact that number 12 had a bit of pace it could have probably put to use. Rather, got stuck behind his teammate there for a couple of laps, which didn't help things. As top two, as you can see, already through the track map at turn one now. And on that last lap, Jesse Cron, 1 minute 36.9 versus a 1 minute 37.5 for Marcus Winkelhock, possibly suggesting that not only has the BMW got the legs in legs in a straight line, but also got some serious capacity to manage its tyres very well, unless Marcus having to do a bit of tyre management of his own there.
In the meantime, as it stands out on the racetrack, lead is currently 4.2 seconds, and it's 15 seconds from there back to Kantersak in third spot. Kantersak leads now Carlo Van Dam by 1.3 seconds, and it's sort of 1 second in between all the cars from third place down to seventh. So we've still got that big cluster of cars going at it. It's not over in the meantime, and anything could change. But for now, we're 4 minutes away down, 4 minutes and 22 seconds away from that pit lane window opening, and that's where we sort of got to keep our eyes. They will probably look to run these pro drivers as long as they possibly can. I think the 90 car will be one of the first ones to jump in. They'll probably be looking to get Betty Chen out of that car pretty quickly.
Quite possibly, yes. As there goes Jesse Cron against across the line one more time. Last lap for him, a 1 minute 36.8, which is pretty incredible consistency from this car. Yeah, yes, it's only been 20 minutes, some might say, but temperatures here are not conducive to being able to put in consistent lap after lap action here as they run down to turn three once again. Just having a look here. According
Kantersak's been really good on those tyres, by the way. 37.8 last time by, his best 37.668. So they've still got pace in that car.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately not enough pace to catch, let's say, the top two. Gap up to 4.6 seconds, by the way, between Jesse Cron and Marcus Winkelhock. So it's almost there in terms of that margin that the 91 will be looking for to make up for the difference in their compensation ballast that was added to their pit stop time for this race. See here on track on the right hand side screen is Betty Chen getting ready or running the stint out here in the number 90. And Jun Sun getting ready, I think, to go racing in that number 90 team AAI and take over that car. They've got one of the 90-second times as an all bronze, pairing. So, but the car right behind them, the number 25 of Huang Rohan Adasak, has exactly the same situation. So those two cars would expect to be considered lockstep after their pit stop here as well, which may happen in the next 2.5 minutes, but could also, as you said, Scott, be another 12.5 minutes before it is taken.
Well, the other thing to consider, Dan, is that actual battle between those cars that you mentioned, the 90 and the 25, which is what we're looking at on screen at the moment. This is the two GT3 amps. Douglas Koo's the other one, and Doug's just a little way off the pace as it currently stands. But this is actually an on-track battle for the AM win. So this is very, very important to keep half an eye on. And like you said, very, very close out on track as well. So in the meantime, 91 car coming off of turn 3. That's the margin that he's been able to put down. So Jesse Krone's really flowing with this car quite well. Put a strong showing in the 91 car at Sepang last year. So it's been good to see them being quite successful with this Team AAI outfit. Although that's some discoloration. I'm wondering whether or not that's something coming out the right-hand side exhaust pipe, because it's not on the left-hand side. Could be dirt, could be dust. Picked up somewhere throughout the lap. About the only spot I've seen dirt and dust, though, Dan, was turn 5, turn 6, which are both left-handers on the right-hand side of the car.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go with your initial thought there, which has been passed on by our producer here, thinking that too. That's a streak, something coming out of the exhaust and washing its way down the car there, because the exhaust outlet on those BMW M4 GT3s is there right behind the right front wheel arch. So that would suggest that it's not perfectly clean exhaust out of the car right there. As we've been told, we apparently have got both sound and vision back for this one here. So pardon the 30-odd second jump forward in the feed once again, but now get to hear the cars going racing once again, along with seeing them racing. So fairly unchanged in the grand scheme of things, but Esham Pires now getting all over the gearbox of Carlo Van Dam, who's now starting to drop towards a high 138 as the pit window now opens as we cross that 35 minutes remaining mark in this one. Do they bring Carlo Van Dam in early and put Vorov Bironbaki in that car? See if maybe there's something they can do at the pit stop to help fix it up, because definitely looking like it's struggling the most of all the cars out here at this stage on track, Scott.
Yeah, by the way, lap time's starting to dip. So 2 leaders are about 7-8 tenths of a second off their fastest lap time. So very, very close together in terms of things. It's 37.203 for the 91 BMW, 37.212, 9 thousandths of a second in their most recent time for those front two. So we'll get an update on how that stands, and I think Jesse Krone's just gone by the start-finish line once more, back into the 36.7. So only 3 tenths of a second off, so it was just an off lap there. Might have cleaned something off just a little bit offline, pinched a brake or something somewhere, run a little bit wide. But in the meantime, I'll tell you what, that 12 car's not doing too bad as it currently stands. Candersac's starting to put a little bit of a margin. And the Audi in the background already shooting off into the pit lanes. The first of those will be Adasak to hand that car over. No, it won't. Sorry, my apologies. That's the wrong car. It's the 62. Esham Pires will be getting out of that one. And they needed to try and see if they could find some time, and Deng Yi follows him in behind, which will put Standy Stuvik in that car. Tyre change coming for the 62 as well, and the same for the 37 entry.
All right, here we go. Beginning the pit stop games here and now. As there's Adasak in the number 25 bringing B-Quik Upset Racing Audi in, and it will be Huang Rohan to jump aboard that car here in this pit stop cycle. Pardon me, as we have had an update from race control. Remember those black and white flags I mentioned for exceeding track limits? Well, actually, there's been a total of 6 of them issued now across the course of the race, but for the 89 of Carlo Van Dam, and when he hands over to Vorov Bironbaki, they've been docked an additional 5-second penalty for continuing to exceed track limits. So unfortunately, in Carlo's quest to try and maintain some semblance of pace, it's not worked out well for him at all, as your leader does a 1:37.2 on the end of that 17th lap. Hock 1:37.0, so it does swing back his way by 0.2 of a second on this particular occasion. Gap, though, still 5.0 seconds.
It'd be interesting to see how late they go in terms of this one. Reminder that they've got probably another 7 minutes. They can get the stint done, so that's going to be another 3 laps. If they wait any longer than the third lap, they won't get the 4th one in. So, you know, something to sort of consider in terms of things. We'll be very, very tight on that. So they'll probably wait to the very end of that one. Now, at the end of the pit stop for the 25 car, have they managed to get back out in front? I think they have cleared the 37 machine still in the pit lane as it currently stands, as is the 62. So that's the AM car, which is why that's gotten in and out quite quickly.
Generous and taking a grab of that inside there on the pit exit. Can't remember the
So
don't cross the white. Don't cross the white line.
Issues, Dan? I'm having tech issues at my end, which hasn't helped.
Yeah, no, that's certainly not been ideal at all. Just noting there the way that the 62 came out of the pits. There's 2 right side tires over the white line on the way out of the pits. Be a little concerned that might be spotted as tire change all done for the number 90. And it will be Junsun Chen to finish off the race in that car. But your leaders, once again, keep on going. On that last lap, Jesse Cron, 37.0 versus a 37.6 for Marcus Winkelhock. So 0.6 of a second gained, and the gap grows once again between your top 2, as we apologize there for the video feed doing us no favors there. So we'll have to cut back to the Thai broadcast feed, which means we won't have any audio, so we're not tripping over the Thai commentary on this one here as we come towards the halfway mark of this race when it comes to the clock.
Well, by the timing screens we've got at the moment, I think this 25 has managed to get by the 62 machine in the pit lane. Obviously, the margin there through the lane was about 40 seconds or so. So they've dropped through. Sandy Stuvik's come out in behind. I think there's a margin of about 4 seconds for Sandy Stuvik to go see if he can chase down Akash and Andy, which would be an interesting one to keep an eye on towards the tail end. That's the 90 car now off of pit lane. Be interesting to see. Again, we've got 4.5 minutes left. So they will get another 2 laps in. If they want to leave this 91 car out for another 2 laps, they probably can, but it'll be tight. It'll be very, very tight. So got to keep half an eye on that one. That'll be a risk. I probably wouldn't be looking to take that risk. 12 and 89, still tracking on the same path as each other, but remember the 89 will have Carlo Van Dam at the wheel, has exceeded track limits one too many times, 5 seconds added post-race. In the meantime, BMW continues to lead the way from the Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. He'll hand over to his Chinese co-driver very, very shortly. It'll be Taiwan versus China at the front end of this race, by the way, which will be an interesting story to keep an eye on. Will be Chunhua Chen who'll take over in the 91 machine, and it'll be in the 27. It'll be Lin Hao, the Chinese driver, who'll take over for that car.
It will indeed. As pardon me for just taking a bit of a pause there, as I'm just trying to read some stuff to see if we can do something about trying to get the sound back with that video feed. As we watch there, Marcus might be losing a little bit of time to Jesse Cron. Well, on the last lap, 37th. Oh, pardon, actually, it's a lap that he's about to complete. I better not spoil the future. The timing is about 30 seconds ahead of the video feed we're watching here. So Jesse Cron's going to stay out for at least another lap here with 27 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. You can see there across the line now. Lap times between the two of them as they're now both across the line. 137, sorry, 0.36 for Cron and a 37.331 for Winkelhock. So again, some laps it's even, some laps it's a little advantage to Winkelhock. Sometimes it's an advantage or something more for Jesse Cron. So it would suggest at this stage he should be going the way, although it'll be close on pit exit and also down obviously the whole game of how much you play it out there between those two with the pit transit times. Indeed, Carlo Van Dam will finally decide to bring the 89 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda into the pit lane. And it'll be time for Vorval Virambakti to jump aboard the car there.
It's going to be tight. I think they're going to have about 40 seconds left for a bunch of these cars at the tail end of this lap. Lap time's down around 137s, 138s at the current moment. So they've just got enough time to get one more lap in. But this car would have been taking a huge risk if it went on another lap. I don't necessarily think they would have gotten back. So they opted to come in the extra lap early, which comes down to track position where you are on track. So that would have been another risk that probably wasn't worth taking. And into the pit lane to cover that one off. Douglas Koo is, I believe, coming to the pit lane this time by. I think you expect to see him in. Same exact reason, would not be able to make it. And there's the 91 who's going to come into the pit lane as well. And there's the Mercedes just ahead of him. He's going to lose a little bit of time on the pit lane entry to the 27 machine, which will file in behind. So 1 minute left on the clock. They would not get another lap in from here. Is the critical factor. So cars in the pit lane at the moment, 91, 27, 12, 89, and 65 are all in the lane.
In fact, this will mean that everyone gets their pit stops done yet. So there's not a lot of time left in the session to do it. So now watch here at the number 90 BMW. The 62 Audi. Junsun Chen trying to defend from Akash Nandi. And barely able to make it hold on there. So they're going to get a lap back basically on the leaders here in all of this. It's part of the games of the pit cycling. And put the hammer down and run out of turn number 1. As with everyone in the lane, time reaches 25 minutes remaining. So the pit window is now closed. And we will see how they all filter out at the end of this here. As there you go, tight on the way in. Douglas Koo, independent of all of the front runners there, will get out back on track. But behind those three cars, he's effectively racing for position in all of this here. And it's their way back.
So if you have a look at the track map, Dan, that'll effectively tell the story that 25 leads the way right now. Even though the timing shows different, 25 from the 89, and then it's this three-way fight. Here comes the 62. Akash Nandi gets to the inside, was late on the brakes, car squirming all around, and Sandy Stuvik made contact with cars yesterday. Nearly makes contact once again with the BMW. Now it's going to be Sandy Stuvik, and it's going to be off against the 62 machine, which will have Nandi behind the wheel. And then that's our race leaders. I think they're still going to be okay, potentially. Timing will update at the tail end of that. We've got work to do, I think. Yeah, we will. But that track map says the 91 of Chunha Chen ahead of the number 27 of, I think it's either Vincent Lin or Lin Hao. And really depends on which one I'm looking at in terms of timing or always. And there for PTB Rombaki, there you go. That's what an extra bunch of time does to you, because look at him coming out here behind the number 89. There you go. Got ahead earlier in the stint. That 15 seconds of success compensation in the pit stop puts them a good chunk behind there on track as he comes back up to racing speed. Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that three-car battle. It's just in the back of that shot as well, which will be interesting to keep an eye on. Because Sandy Stuvik is looking to get the elbows out and really try and make sure that Akash Nandi cannot disappear down the road. For the meantime, it's going to be a focus on trying to settle in, get yourself in, get those tyres up to temperature. And you saw that from Vorovud Birambakti. So it'll be the two BR on Bacties to go toe-to-toe on the two NSXs once again. But this battle pack is going to be the one to keep our eyes. I get the feeling. Stuvik was very, very much all about getting the elbows out yesterday. And next time by, we're going to get lap times for a bunch of these cars that we can start to sort of look into. Huang Rohan ran a 1:37.052 on his most recent lap. And he sits in third place in the 25 machine. So we're just waiting on the rest of the field to sort of come through and give us sector times, I think. So we can sort of start to compare. Akash and Andy, 38.187 last time by Stuvik, 37.872. So Stuvik looks like he's got a little bit of pace on the other of the Audis and can probably get up there and harass. But 22 minutes left on the clock. We're going to have in the realm of 12, 13 laps or so. So if you're going to start pulling out margin, it's got to be right now. Difference when they got to sector, the start finish line, by the way, 2.5 seconds for Chunhua Chen and Vincent Lin in for the race lead. Then it's about 10 seconds back to Huang Rohan, who looks like he's got a fair bit of pace on board. And then Vorovud Biram Bhakti's another 15 seconds further back, only just ahead of Pity Biram Bhakti. That's going to be an interesting battle. And by the way, Akash and Andy, 2.5 seconds behind, bringing Sandy Stuvik in with him. So there's going to be a huge battle for fifth overall, I think, at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, certainly looking like it. But actually, they're all kind of queuing up behind. Going to possibly start queuing up behind Vorovud Birumbakti. Although it'll take a couple of laps if that gap's to keep coming down. So got this fight for the lead between the two cars that were racing for early on here. Now just with yes, they're the lower graded drivers, but they're still here to race. Chunhua Chen and Lin Hao. And of course, all of this has been interesting because it has promoted Huang Rohan to third place because that 25 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi with one of the shortest pit stops in the race has gained a whole bunch of time back on everyone else by only having to do a 90-second transit through the lane. So it's worked out very nicely for them to get back a whole bunch of free time compared to the cars that they were racing earlier on in this one.
I think it's been really, really well done. I'm just looking at the pit stop times. I think everyone's been bang on the money in terms of how long they had to be in the lane as well. 2 seconds effectively extra in the lane. And now there's this battle as the 62 machine pulls up on the number 12. Says Pity Birumbakti, who's probably had an issue on that most recent lap, all of a sudden falling. Ran a 40.4 and Akash Nandi 37.751. So immediately gets on through. Stuvik cut through as well. Neither of them get held up. And now the next car that's going to be just down the road, it's only a couple seconds away, about 3.5 seconds up the road, will be 3, I think, by the time they get through turn 3. Just goes through the front end of shots. That was the other Honda NSX. The one they've just overtaken won the race yesterday. That's Marcus Winkelhock after getting out of the car. And you can see the level of sweat and hard work that he's had to do to scrap the pace out of the 27 car at the front end of the field. Oh, and by the way, margin for the race lead, 1.17, I think, is going to be coming up in a few moments. Huang Rohan got that margin down 2 seconds on the last lap, so he is pushing on. Be interesting to see what the next lap times as they come by are.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on them when we can. Keen to watch here. This fight here between Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik. And they're really cutting into the gap there to Vorovud Birumbakti. So there you go. Last lap time for the top three. Chunhua Chen, 39.2. Vincent Lin, 38.1. And then Huang Rohan, another couple of tens at a 37.8. So if the 91 can only do low 39s and maybe for the 25 in particular can keep doing high 37s, they're in with a chance of catching up. Although you've then also got the 27 in there to play, of course, in the middle as well. So it's going to be a real mix of a situation here as we're coming into these final 18 minutes of the race.
Oh, and Dan, don't count these cars out on screen yet either. They're about 30 seconds back off the race lead, but if they're taking those big chunks, 2 seconds or so a lap out of the cars up ahead of them, there is probably about enough time to get close. So it's going to come down to it. It's going to be a battle on track between these two. If they squabble for a number of laps, hold each other up, don't count the 62 and the 37 out. They're definitely going to get back to fourth. They're going to have to go chasing to see if they can catch Huang Rohan. That's going to be very, very tight. 17 minutes on the clock as well. So time's starting to run out. And get your bets in. I mean, who are you watching along here? Because there's gonna be, I think there's just gonna be a whole bunch of different changes of position later on in this one. I'm waiting for the time for Huang Rohan, who crosses the line now. Throws a 37.6, takes 1.3 seconds out of Vincent, just ahead of him, which means they are starting to get after it as well. So it's not over at the front. Anything could happen up at the front here. Absolutely anything could happen.
You know, watch these two cars here at the front now. Gap closing, but also Gap is closing quickly still between first and third. In fact, on that last lap, interestingly, 27 ended up, was the slowest of the top three cars. It was, once again, though, the number 25 of Huang Rohan, who was the quickest. But you just saw there on the bottom of the screen, black and white flag for the number 27 for exceeding track limits. So Vincent or Lin Hao, whichever the words we should, whatever his names we should be using in this case. Now going to have to be careful here, Scott. Can't push too hard and just keep blowing past the track limits if they want to check things off here. As there you go. Meanwhile, further back for fourth, Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik have arrived on the rear wing of Vorovud Birombakti, which has also received an additional black and white flag for track limits, although it's already had a time penalty during this race.
Driver swap. They'll be allowing a little bit of extra leeway for the driver swap, I think. So
sounds plausible, I guess.
Last time by the way, Vincent took another 0.2 of a second out of our race leader. So at that rate, he's going to potentially run out of time, and cutting tight. Vorovud Birombakti now has Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik to contend with. And this is going to be intense coming into the final few minutes of this race. The 25 car last time by 37.3 took about a second out of Vincent Lin up ahead of him. So the margin now for that car is about 6 seconds, as you see the gaps on the screen at the moment. Vorovud's about 21 seconds further back. So I would say that now sort of decides this battle. And the battle that we're looking at on screen will basically be for fourth position. And here comes the 62 machine down to the inside. Akash Nandi gets underneath and gets by Vorovud Birombakti. How long does Sandy Stuvik now wait? We saw yesterday, not afraid to get the elbows out. Contact was made. Experienced GT3 driver, experienced racing driver, full stop. Year away in Italy to go racing elsewhere. Showed up and did have a couple performances in the Super Pickup class last year, but this year is back in force in the Thailand Supercar category. And I don't think Stuvik will wait too long. Immediately forces the cover from Vorovud. And now Stuvik's going to come deep down the inside. I wonder whether or not there was a little bit of conversation there on the radio to say, hey, he was aggressive yesterday, made contact with the other car. Just keep an eye out for him.
Watch these cars again. Working way through turn one, but those Hondas today have not looked strong, unlike what we did see yesterday, where they were looking competitive. Something doesn't quite click today, unfortunately, for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Stuvik is going to try the outside, can outbrake the 89, and there's enough track width here at turn 3. A little bit of a brush, maybe right rear to left front, but he'll swing around the outside, take the spot. The guys down in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Garage. That was a little exciting for them there, but works out very nicely, so they're quite happy with that one, and they'll take that one, and that's another spot for the 37s. Up to P5 now, and maybe go with Akash Nandi to race for P4. Also keeping tabs on what's happening at the front. What do we see there? That's best time, sorry. Last lap around. Another second taken out of the race lead by Huang Rohan in the 27. Waiting for the updated times to come through. And it's been a 1:38.5 for your race leader. 1:38.4 for the 27. And a 1:37.6 for Huang Rohan's. Another 9/10 of a second pulled out of the lead. Still 5.5 behind. The 91 is your race leader in the 25. Speaking of the 91, just hit the fastest first sector of the race, apparently. There in the hands of Chunha Chen. So, once again, that BMW might just be about to show it's got legs later on in the stint when we thought that maybe it was starting to fade.
That's really impressive for Chunha Chen to come out and go and set that first sector time. Jesse Crone will be very, very impressed with that. He'll have some data to have a look at, but fuel now burning out of these cars as well. They get a little bit lighter. Attitude of the cars will start to change. A little bit less settled in the rear end of the car. And probably track temperature starting to come down just a little bit. Now up just after 2 o'clock local time. You can see it's a lot less bright there, Dan. I reckon there might be some cloud cover starting to drift in. Probably in the next 2.5 hours or so. There is rain due in the town of Buriram, city of Buriram. Whether or not it'll make its way to the circuit is a different question. And you can see that Vincent Lin is absolutely having a go. He's throwing everything he possibly can. He's getting closer. So even though that might have been a purple sector in sector number 1 for Chunha Chen, what does the lap time look like as they get back to the start-finish line? Oh, how about it? 1:38.107 plays a 1:38.178. There's nothing between the two of them, but it's that final sector time. I tell you what, 0.5 of a second did Chunha Chen in the first sector. So watch that BMW just streak away down here. Second sector, pulled it all back. Oh, and they might be quick when they get down here as well. The speed's looking good at the tail end of the straight when they get down here to turn number 3. What's the sector time going to be? 22.921 for Chunha Chen. Improves in the first sector. The 25 car takes another 0.6 of a second. 3.7 seconds the margin. And Dan, it's coming to crunch time. We are about to tick over 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes and 5 seconds worth of racing action left. The 25 car is coming, and the 62 car now has to try and defend and cover off by a margin back to Sandy Stuvik.
It's really is such a crazy thing. We're watching the BMW, the number 91 from AAI Motorsport. It pulls 3, 4, 5/10 of a second in the opening sector, but then it loses 3, 4, 5/10 of a second in the second sector, basically nullifying all of its straight line power or whatever it is. About turn 1, that's good about it, because that looked like a little bit of a slide from Sandy Stuvik there in the 37. Rear tires maybe just starting to get away through turn 4, but hangs onto it and presses on here, trying to stick with Akash Nandi in that number 62 sister car. They come up through turns 8 and 9 here. Just under 10 minutes, or approaching 9 minutes to go now, plus the lap after, well, one whole lap after that as well. So keep that in mind, of course. Still a bit of time to play out in this race, as leading 3 have gone across the line, but they're already into sector 1 once again. 38.2 for your race leader. 38.6 for Vincent Linhao second. 38.1 for Huang Rohan. How about that? Akash Nani, Sandy Stuvik, fastest cars on track last time round out of everyone.
Yep, so they're starting to find some more pace. And once again, Chunha Chen, he just keeps taking time out. And he just set the fastest top speed in sector 1 too as Chunha Chen. He's finding time right there. Stuvik's improved on his first sector time as we get the braking markers down at turn number 3. Oh no! No! That's going to change things. And we'll wait to see if it comes up on your racing screens, because I was watching this like a hawk, our timing screens, but we won't talk about it. There'll be a graphic coming, I'm sure, because it's that critical to the race. Bide your time, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be an announcement coming in the near future, and it's going to affect this battle for the race lead.
Oh, you're a tease, Scott. That's almost evil of you, but there it is. The number 27, Vincent Linhao, Marcus Winkelhock, They're currently 1.6 seconds off the race lead. And they're going to receive a 5-second post-race time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. So that stalls out their charge because they'd have to suddenly now overhaul the 91 and get 5 seconds down the road in 7 minutes and 20 seconds, which doesn't seem likely. The gap has also increased from about 1.8 to 2.6 seconds. It was a rough lap there for Vincent. May have possibly, well, had a rough time of it.
It wasn't an attempt to abuse the track limits. I would say the car just sort of got away from him a little bit, as it does so at the apex down at turn 3 yet again. Look at the slide.
I think it possibly a thing is if they're being told by the team that the BMW is good in sector 1, are they maybe just now overdriving it into turn 3 to try and make up for it? Like throw it in so deep on the brakes that his hand-cooked slick tires, they only have so much they can give here, and it might be a little bit too much. It might mean we're now really looking at a race on track between Vincent and Huang for second place, although post-race penalty will mean that it definitely goes the way of the 25 if this is how things stay here in this race. It might have just given the 91 machine exactly everything it needed, because also strong second sector from Huang Rohan. Lost about half a second in sector 1 of the BMW, but gained back about 7-8 tenths in sector 2. Can he maybe be given a bit of a pass here? Don't get held up here turn 12, and also turn 1 to be ideal. And then maybe charge on by. And the 27 is going to move over. Yeah, that's definitely oh, is it? No. It looks like it. It looks, yeah, you're right, Scott. It looked like such a big move over. It's like, that's a, here, come on through.
Does he know? Yeah, he does know. Yeah, he's lifted out that time, for sure, to allow him to get alongside. But here comes the 25 machine. Teammates for B-Quik Absolute Racing. Well, it's not yielding. Every time we think that he's lifting to maybe present an opportunity, Vincent is going to come away with P3. There's no doubt about that. The difficulty is, can Huang Rohan go and set about chasing down our race leader? On the last lap, took 7/10 of a second out of the race leader. He's going to run out of time, though. There's going to be about 4 laps left in this race, which is going to be incredibly tight, so he's got to set best times, although that BMW is starting to ail in terms of things. I wonder whether or not the balance with the front engine car might be going away from it a little bit. It'd be very, very tricky to manage as the fuel burns out of the rear.
On that lap here, let's see. Sector 1, 22.9 for the 91 versus the 23.5 for the 25. Sector 2, 36.3 versus the 36.2. So again, Audi's still a little stronger in sector 2, but on that particular lap there for Huang Rohan, it wasn't as much of a gain as possible, maybe because again, he had to compromise his entry into turn 3 a bit to get that pass done. Meanwhile, the 62, Bakash Nandi, Sandy Stuvik in the 37. These two cars also from the B-Quik Absolute Racing stable. 37 being a win here by BQAR sponsored outfit, to be precise. They're fighting, and indeed, look at the times for your top 2. Chun Hua Chen, 138.258. 25 of Huang Rohan, 138.275. Less than 4 minutes now left in it here. Oh, and there's also the laps car of Douglas Koo in the Viper Nizza 65. You're going to have to worry about as well. And that might just hold up the 25 machine. Although it's definitely held up the 91. Opening sector is not great.
Yeah, very, very even between those two cars in the first sector, so that's going to change things. But it's 4 seconds he's got to overhaul. The difficulty is Chunha Chen can't really make a mistake. If he makes a mistake, I reckon he'll be on him. Because it's going to cost him in the realm of 1.5 seconds. So that'll certainly be a major impact. But this battle's not going away. Down to 0.6 of a second last time at the start-finish line. Just about matching lap times between the two cars. About a 1/10 of a second, 1/10.5 quicker for Sandy Stuvik as he attempts to go chase down Akash Nandi for P4. Now Chunhua Chen. Ball is in his court. It'll come down to what he's able to do. And I think the team might be telling him, man, just, you're good. You're good at the moment. It's 4 seconds. It's going to be 3 laps worth of racing. Just make sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. Yesterday I said cross your I's and dot your T's. today for that 91 car. After finishing second yesterday, you heard from Jesse Crone at the start of the race. They wanted to put the foot down, go fast, and that's about all you need from a race strategy. It looks like they've done the job.
And yeah, put your foot down and keep your nose clean. That's important, but also critical is the fact that on that last lap, they lost about a second to Huang Rohan. So they have gained back a couple of tenths in this opening sector once again. BMW straight line performance will run out of the final turn, or turn one, whatever combination of it, both there going back his way. But if there's anything left in the 25, the highs of the 25, they might be able to make a final lunge for it. And unfortunately, we bring up the 89 on screen here for Vorval Birombakti. That's because it's picked up a second 5-second time penalty for excessive breaches of the track limits here. Looking at the gaps there.
Middle sector time. Dan, middle sector time. You see it?
Yeah. 4 tenths back in favour of Huang Rohan. So cancelling out the sector 1 deficit though. So it's really then in sector 3. Can Huang make inroads? That's the biggest problem is when the 91 doesn't have an interrupted sector 1, which I think it did have last lap around with traffic at Douglas Koo in the number 25 Mercedes. Must have bottled them up at turn 1 or something. You come around here, 1 minute on the board. The leaders have crossed the start-finish line right about now, so it's this lap and one more. 38.6. No, it's another second taken out. Their final sector is coming alive for Huang Rohan. He's going to need to have 2 perfect laps here, Scott, but he might just be in striking distance on the final lap of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. We're talking, this is going to be last lap, last corner tight. The problem is he's going to be starting to feel the effects of dirty air anytime now. By the way, 89's up on screen. I've got another update on that car. A second 5-second time penalty. Guess what? They're about 8.1 seconds in front of the other NSX. So at this point in time, they're actually going to lose a spot and drop from 6th down to 7th. So Vorval Birombakti's not had the greatest second half of this race, and Carlo Van Dam mentioned that. Look at the gap, and look at the BMW getting excited way up and on the curbs. There was some attitude in the rear end of that car, pushing on. Sector 1, 22.9. Sector 1 for Huang Rohan, 23.3. Was wide on entry, and guess what? It's normalized at the second sector line once more.
3 tenths up, though, for the Audi of Huang Rohan. Let's see if he can carry that gain here into the third and final sectors. There we go, it's closing. Are there concerns in the Team AAI garage? At this stage, maybe not. But through this final sector 2 on the last lap, Huang Rohan gained a huge amount of time. Is he possibly going to get close enough to... Yes, it'll be dirty air in the middle sector, which you might not want, but will it maybe be slipstream that he can get? Time says 0, but remember, there is one more lap that needs to be done here today. Come across the line. Gap of the line is 1.2 seconds. It's going to need to be a Herculean final lap from Huang Rohan. See that Vincent Lin, how unfortunately he's fading away there in the background of shot. Has to be mindful of his gap back to the next couple of cars. Actually, he won't really need to. They're far enough back, and they've got their own fight on their hands there for 4th place between Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik. Really want to go back and see the race lead. First sector, 4 tenths of a second gain, which would Harchen. I think that will do it, unless there's a mistake in the second or third sectors. I don't think the number 25 Audi catches on this final lap, but we watch here with the feed as we watch here to Sandy Stuvik threatening something on Akash Nandi. Into turn 3 they'll go. Akash grabs early apex at turn 3. Stuvik looking for a bit more of a sweeping run around here. In the end, it's pretty even there. Sector 2 times come through. 36.4 for your race leader. 35.8 for your driver in P2. So that's a good 6/10 gain. But again, it's only 2 tenths net gain over the course of this lap. They've got one final sector, a couple of corners left in this one. We do go back to them here.
Oh, he's wide.
He's wide. It's a little wide.
It's very wide.
It is going to happen. It's going to be the last lap. It's going to be the last quarter lunge here, Scott. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and here comes Vincent Lin. Is going to have a go. Covers to the inside. The 91 BMW. It's led the majority of this race. They're side by side at the final corner. The run to the flag. It's a very short run. The crisscross. Can the Audi get the drive? It's going to be hundredths of a second. No, the 91 finished second. Yes. today. Oh, that was close. 1 lap in it. 1 lap. That was all the 25 needed. 74 thousandths of a second. It was less than a 10th of a second for the win. My word.
And it's on there for 4th as well. Akash Nandi holds on ahead of Sandy Stuvik. I didn't think it was necessarily going to happen there, and it did happen. Chunhai Chen either noticed the Huang Rohan coming in the back in the rear mirror, or just again overdrove the BMW, and then he was able to park it just right at turn 12, protect the inside, and he had just enough of a gap and a drive to hang on for that very short run to the start finish. If that start finish line is at the other end of the pit boxes, he's done. But the fact that they put the timing line is there at the front of the pit boxes, it meant that was the perfect move from the 91 driver to cover that off.
Let's say start line. It doesn't even have to be all the way down the start-finish straight. You say start line, right? Probably halfway down that straight, it's a different result. It's a very, very different result. Well, they finished second yesterday. Today, they're going to be your race leaders. They're going to leave the first race of the season as your championship leaders. It's the 91 team. Jesse Krohn was the lead-off driver here today, but Chunhua Chen had to defend that margin and did so by the skin of his teeth. Huang Rohan and Adisak come home in second spot in the first of the Audi R8s. It was Vincent Lin and Marcus Winkelhock home in third at 5 second. But by the way, I think that 5 second penalty might have changed our podium too.
It will. It will. I thought they were well clear at this point as we look at the highlights here from the track. And it says Vincent Lin, and so actually I'm seeing it there on the car for myself. So, but critically for Vincent, he needed to be 5 seconds ahead of Akash Nandi and or Sandy Stuvik. He was not 5 seconds ahead of either car, so it will promote the 62 on post-race penalties to P3, and the 37 to 4th place, number 27, demoted back to P5. That time penalty is there was some, I saw the replays highlight here from the start of the race with opening lap scraps. How about there? I don't think we quite saw this between the 37 and 62, almost touching fenders that early on in the race. And these two cars might be from the B-Quik Absolute Racing team. As we saw that one there, Scott, as both of them were throwing it into turn 4.
Yeah, and eventually the 62 car got down to the inside of the 89 machine and would try and set the track alight. It's in the quest to run around. And then this move from Sandy Stuvik around the outside of Veravu Biram Bhakti. That's an impressive late braking maneuver. A little bit of a touch, but everyone escapes out the other side. And you can see how excited the team were about that one. It was tight. We never thought it'd get this tight. We thought it was going to get close. A mistake at turn 9 for Chunhua Chen, but he just barely got the drive off. And I mean barely, my word. Any further down that straight, and it was going to be impressively tight. What a race. What a race. And you can see Jesse Krohn celebrating with a driver that's just climbed out of the car. Sweaty, tired, hot, but celebrating in style.
Yeah, that indeed. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from Goody, because he's got Marcus Winkelhoff's car that is going to be considered third across the line. But yeah, the 5 second time penalty for track limits abuse, they will drop back to P5, given that the gap closed to 62 Akash Nandi and Eshin Puris, along with Sandy Stuvik and Deng Yi in the number 37. But yeah, that was some great stuff there. Because I'm thinking like, oh yeah, first sector, he looks like he's all right, 4 tenths up. Second sector, he's only lost 2 tenths for the course of the entire lap. But then no, as you said, right there, turn 9, all of a sudden, bang, the opportunity comes. And for Huang Rohan, man, that was very close indeed. As Goody is now going to chat with the team down there in the pit lane. So we'll see if we can try and pick up the broadcast with the commentary here.
เอาละครับจบลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับแน่นอนว่าผลออกมาที่3นะครับกับวินเซนต์ลินและมาคัสวิงเกนฮอต Congratulations. How do you feel for this race today?
Yeah, it was a good race actually. Fighting for P1 was quite difficult. The BMW was quite fast on the straights. That's why it makes it very difficult to overtake or even to follow. But anyway, I think starting from P3, going to P2,
Yes.
Then unfortunately we got a 5-second penalty, but at the end, with the podium again, P3, I think we both can be happy, and we were scoring some important points for the championship.
yes ก็มาครับก็บอกว่าดีใจนะครับที่ได้อยู่นี้ก็น่าเสียดายในเรื่องของเวลาที่มีการบวกไปอีก5คะแนนสำหรับในตำแหน่งของเพื่อนๆด้วยนะครับแล้วก็รวมไปถึงการขับวันนี้ทุกคนเนี่ยขับเร็วกันมากนะครับ Alright so the next race we gonna go to street circuit in Bangsan street circuit what do you think about your opinion in the street
I love this track.
Yes.
For me, it's one of my favorite race tracks since I raced there last year. But unfortunately, I will not be in Bangsan this year
Yes.
because I will be in Suzuka for the Asian GT Championship. So there's a clash. So
Really?
I will miss the highlight of the year. But I will be back for Sepang then.
Oh unfortunately เสียดายนะครับที่มาคัสไม่ได้ลงเพราะว่าต้องไปแข่งในรายการอาเซียนนะครับก็เขาบอกเป็นสนามที่เขาโปรดเหมือนกันชอบเหมือนกันก็ฝากเชียร์อย่างไรก็ฝากเชียร์ในทีมเขาด้วยครับ Congratulations again
Thank you. Thank you.
Alright มาคัสวิงเกิลฮอกนั่นเองนะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันต่อนะครับในอันดับที่2นะครับกับอดิศักดิ์ตั้งพูนเจริญกับ B-Quik Absolute สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเป็นไงบ้างครับตีครับ
ก็วันนี้ก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับผมก็ได้ที่2นะครับผมก็ได้ทีมเมทที่ดีด้วยนะครับผมที่ขับได้แบบโหสุดยอดมากเลยครับผมก็ยินดีครับผม
ครับWang Ruan how do you feel
Well, ladies and gents. Well, there we go. Never mind. We've actually got English coverage back, so we might cross straight back to the interview.
Amazing. And my sponsor, Vincent, Hank, Fab, Ingolarian, everybody, I love you all. The car is amazing. I hope I have one more lap or maybe 2 laps more. I did everything I could, but I enjoy. Yeah.
Actually he was amazing for a long time you know
Yes, he taught me a lot about the
Yes.
track. Yeah.
ก็เขาขอบคุณตีด้วยนะครับสำหรับทีมเมทที่ทำให้เกิดผลงานที่ดีขึ้นในวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็ผู้ที่สนับสนุนก็ด้วยครับวินเซนต์หรือใดๆก็ตามนะครับ Okay well the next race we gonna go to Bangsan Street Circuit
Yeah, I've never been Benson before. Everybody told me that's amazing and beautiful, so I was super looking for.
Yes we will see that right tell the fans to supporting you here
The most important thing I almost forget.
Yes.
Love you, Matrisi. Love you all.
ไปดูกันนะครับว่าหวังโรฮันเนี่ยจะไปเฉิดฉายในสนามบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตอย่างไรนะครับเพราะว่าเขาไม่เคยไปสัมผัสกับบรรยากาศนี้มาก่อนมีแต่คนบอกเขาว่ามันสนุกมากมันเยี่ยมยอดมากเพราะฉะนั้นติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับสำหรับทีมเมทคู่นี้นะครับอดิศักดิ์ตั้งภูลเจริญและหวังโรฮัน Congratulations again
Thank you.
Thank you Alright แล้วที่หนึ่งนะครับของเราในวันนี้กับ AAI นะครับ Jessica and จุนฮูเฉิน Congratulations let's give another round of applause for them Congratulations to How do you feel today? You have a good job. You have everything today to have the
I'm
best
super
result
proud of
here.
this guy. This guy won us the race.
Yes.
Was really close at the end, and he did a perfect job just maintaining the gap.
Yes.
And just no mistakes. There was a lot of track limit violations today.
Yes.
0 for him, and super good job. This guy won the race for us today.
60 minutes for have the remain stable to have the performance here.
Yeah.
You guys too.
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfect team job. Also, the preparation on the car was fantastic. So,
Yes.
yeah, we just had to. We knew that if we keep it clean and make no mistakes, we have a good chance. But to be honest, I wasn't expecting to win today with the 10-second handicap we had.
Yes ก็คือทั้งหมดแล้วไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการ performance เรื่องของทีมเมทเรื่องของการขับแบบปลอดภัยแบบ safely แบบ clean เนี่ยนะครับก็คืออย่างระมัดระวังแล้วก็รักษาระดับของการขับมาจนถึงในเวลาสุดท้ายเนี่ยก็ถือว่าทำมาแบบเต็มที่และดีที่สุดแล้ว Alright just leave to next circuit to street circuit in Bangsan how do you feel that
Yeah, that's a new one for me. I've never been there. It's not on any simulator,
Really?
so we're gonna go
Wow.
there blind. Yeah, looking forward. Every single round in this championship is fantastic. So it's gonna be a nice one.
Alright Junho Chunchu never
Yes,
been here
Yeah,
You guys-
also hasn't been in Bangzai. He hasn't been.
Oh.
Here we have been before. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, many
Okay.
times.
แน่นอนว่าทั้งคู่ยังไม่เคยไปสัมผัสกันในเรื่องของสนามที่บางแสนนะครับเดี๋ยวไปดูกันว่าวันนี้แฟนบิมเบอร์สาวกของ BM เนี่ยนะฮะจะไปดูในการขับขี่แบบมันๆที่สตรีทเซอร์กิตที่บางแสนอย่างไรติดตามกันให้ดี Alright let's congratulations again
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much Okay แล้วมาดี
Well, ladies and gents, that's going to be the coverage off of the GT3 interviews. Just a couple minutes away, I can tell you the pit lane exit for GTM GT4 has already opened. What's that race going to look like? Well, you'll have to stay here in just a few minutes to find out. GT4 and GTM coming up just the other side of this. Well, ladies and gents, that was all the action from the GT3 category. And hello to those of you who have joined us for the GT3 racing. Yeah, disappointment. I'm a little disappointed that we clash with the Asian round of GT World Championship at Suzuka. But hey, it'll mean some new faces stepping into some cars, some opportunities, and some of the guys in some of the junior parts of some of those teams as well, Dan, I think is one of the critical things. They'll get an opportunity, and that's never a bad thing.
That's a good point to make there. Yeah, it's yes, we miss some people that are going to be internationally recognizable and definitely add a bit of a bolster the driving lineup in some respects. But yeah, as you said, a chance for new drivers to make themselves known as a result. As a Goody down at the track once again for our GTM GT4 race. It's going to kick off in about 10 minutes time for their final 60-minute race of the weekend. Unfortunately, no audio from here. Then, of course, Goody introducing this race to the local audience in Thai as well. So, not much that there we'd be able to understand and be able to explain much of what he's saying there, unfortunately. But our final 60-minute race of the day as well, Scott. We'll be wrapping up the day with 2 12-lap sprints in our Thailand Super Pickup divisions, being left to finish off our day's racing here. As start to hear Goody starting to talk at you now with its Cantady Kasiri on pole position in the GT4 category. The AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 looked strong yesterday in the first race of the weekend for this class. I would expect more of the same, you'd think, although we'll have that success compensation in the pit stop, just like what we've seen with Super Compact and TSS Supercar GT3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, I think, in terms of the category, and like you said, there's a number of drivers now sort of looking to double up a little bit. The Lexus were strong. The Ferrari 488 Challenge car was supremely quick yesterday. Another hour race, another race whereby there's going to be opportunities for a number of drivers as well, up and down the field to sort of move their way forwards. In terms of things, Simon Chang is probably a little bit disappointed, I guess I'd say, with his results yesterday. Certainly didn't. He looked strong, and then the rear end of that Porsche got away from him. And I know Goody at the moment sort of walking down through the GT4 field, and Cantady has qualified on pole position for that one in the Cayman as well, and that'll be Hayden Heikau in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. Obviously, already done laps in his category earlier on, but in Super Compacts, Super Eco, my apologies, earlier on, and now it's into the GT4 action, which I'm really enjoying this. An opportunity to sort of step up is never a bad thing.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal, to be on the podium, and to win it is just, extra.
I realize occasionally leave a comment to Thai fans.
Yeah, to everyone spotting, keep spotting me. And
I think this interview would actually be in English too.
And, the team as well at Racing Aurora.
Yes.
And, yeah, let's just hope for a good race.
Alright, best of luck, Hayden.
Thank you.
โอเค Hayden ก็บอกว่าแน่นอนสำหรับวันนี้เนี่ยในเรื่องของความเย็นเนี่ยนะฮะก็จะดีกว่าเมื่อวานหน่อยแล้วก็ในเรื่องของการตั้งใจที่จะทำเนี่ยให้วันนี้อยู่ในโพเดียมก็จะทำเต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็ฝากถึงทีมเมทเขาด้วยนั่นเองนะครับเอาละฮะคุณผู้ชมอย่าลืม
Right, so yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, basically saying a couple of words there from Hayden Heikau as he gets ready to start this race, and heard there at the end of the back end of the interview, looking to at least make sure he hangs onto a podium in this one. And I would expect that he'll be looking to definitely stay up towards the pointy end of things. Going to be on the outside for row number 1. As while Goody is going and changing to another one of the drivers here. I believe it is there you go, so it's 2W Zoomies, Prakun and Warren who we sharing that car. I think it's Warren starting the car. So that's our second of the Porsche Cayman GT4s in that category there. And so we're looking at 6 starters in GTM for today, and then the remaining be 7 cars in GT4, yes, to start this race. Unfortunately, as you said, having spoken to Jalen Redbotham earlier today, Scott, the Coolest Race Engineering Ford Mark Mustang prepared by that team, unfortunately, looking like it's not going to be able to take the start after issues have plagued that one. It seems all weekend long, but not the whole racing event. It was able to get through practice and qualifying, unfortunately, then just sort of coming undone for the race.
Yeah, I mean, it only did qualifying one, but yeah, a temperamental car. They're not having a lot of success with it. It's been difficult to work with. It is what it is. I guess probably the best way to talk about that one. Difficult to handle, difficult to deal with. disappointing weekend. Such is life.
Let's
In the
see
meantime,
here.
go ahead.
Yeah. There's Anna Thorne. This is the fourth car in GT4. Sharing this one with Graham John Dowsett. So, right from New Zealand. The Team NZ Aston Martin GT4 here. I think Goody's going to keep on going here, actually, because we've got Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smet. So I think I can see if he does this one in tie. If he does, I'll keep talking. Actually, don't jump back to the Tour de Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. So Sudapong and Grant. So this one is going to be in tie as well. So after a good day out in TSS Supercar GTC, in GT4, we'll see how these guys go. They're towards the back of the field. Scott P13 outright, P6 in class. If I can count right, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, I think, up and down the field to sort of discuss, think about. But yeah, secondary aspect of it is, GT4s mixed in with the GTM cars, and there is a significant speed difference. And we saw the lead Mercedes yesterday. I think it was Peter behind the wheel of the Australian driver of that one actually end up mixed in with some of the GTM cars ahead of him as they was trying to bring their tyres up to temperature. I think it was Simon Chen, the Hong Kong driver in the Porsche 992 Fire Monkey car that's ended up in behind him, and then he very quickly got out of the way and let that one resolve itself. So, but anyway, now we settle ourselves down on an in. It's an opportunity for us to have a look at where this one's going to end up, and everyone's starting to make their way back off the grid. It was an interesting race yesterday. Lexus's look strong. The Super Trofeo is going to be up on pole position here today, Den, and that's going to change a whole bunch of things.
Well, yeah, it will. At 77, got itself in a bit of trouble for pushing track limits a little too, not optimistically, but a little too, what's the word for it? A little too liberal with track limits usage, perhaps is the way to probably best put it. But yeah, a Ferrari 48 challenge of Kitapole and Super Kit. That's a new car from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. We saw it out yesterday, but yeah, new for this year, and still running a Ferrari, which is a bit of a sort of a nod back to the fact they are actually used to run the Ferrari in a TSS Supercar GT3. But yeah, these two Lexuses looked good yesterday. We'll see how they go at charging forward up the order once again. But looking to see exactly how these are just in these final couple of minutes before we fire the engines up, get this formation lap underway, Scott.
Yeah, we're just a few moments away. As soon as you see that 1 minute warning, reminder that there's extra addition for drivers up and down the field to have somebody feeding air into their cars for a longer period of time throughout the weekend's activities. On the starting grid, as soon as that 1 minute board gets displayed, though, they've got to leave the field. Simon Chen, that's the Fire Monkey car. It's always very easy to pick out. Black and green 992, my apologies, spec of Porsche Cup. And there you go. The siren goes off. 1 minute warning, and everyone's got to leave the grid. So now it'll just be into the starting process's hands, which would be quite interesting to keep an eye on.
Well, yep. Same as with the TSS Supercar GT3, we'll have the rolling start. I'll get their one formation lap to get a feel for things and make sure they're ready to rock and roll and race here this afternoon. Don't forget to horse for that. Number 25 Ferrari as well. It's going to have the extra additional tweak of needing to refuel and being the only car that does so. So they've got the whole extra procedure. They've got to get the car stopped in the box, shut the car down, and then pull the driver out before refueling can begin. Just adding to a bit of the complexity in the pit stop for that vehicle. As we get the formation lap underway here, cars will begin to roll on off and get some time. So yeah, there we go. Confirmed 6 GTM starters instead of the initially hoped 7. leaving us with 7 GT4 cars. Or was that only 6 there that I spied as they rolled away? We'll have to try and get eyes on them again in a sec. Otherwise, my eyes doing me dirty. But on screen, Scott, Chang International Circuit once more for our viewing pleasure.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one as we try and settle ourselves into the last endurance race of the day. 1 hour worth of racing action plus 1 lap. Who's got the pace? Who's going to have the pit stop strategy? And a reminder that there again will be success time added to these pit stops as well. So GTM, GT4 categories, 2 race winners from yesterday. So it will be added, I believe, to their times. No, so I've only got the bulletin from yesterday. That gives us the update in terms of their timings. Yeah, so unfortunately we don't actually have compensation times, I don't believe, post yesterday's race. But in terms of things, we'll give you the update of where the race results were yesterday as they're going to cycle quickly through the grid. It's going to be Saravit and a Feek on the front row. It'll be a Feek behind the wheel of Lamborghini Super Trofeo, off alongside a Super Kit, who will hand over to Kitapol in the second half of the race for the Ferrari 488 Challenge for Singer Motorsports. Nadavude won the race yesterday in the Lexus RCF GTM. He's on his own. Behind him will be Natapong, who will hand over to Chris in the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus RCFs. Simon Chen will be in the Fire Monkey Porsche Cup car, which you saw, the green and black liveried car. Very exciting to see. And then in behind him will be Kamik, who will hand over to Natachak in the 991.2 spec Porsche Cup car. In the GT4 category, the driver that we're riding on board with at the moment, Cantodee's solo driver entry, won't have to hand it over, leads the way in the Porsche Cayman from Hayden Highcal. We'll hand over to Peter in the second half of that one, the Australian driver. In the Mercedes-Benz, Warren and Prakun will be in behind them in this 95 entry, the Porsche Cayman. The Aston Martin Vantage will be Anna Thorne handing over to Graham. Owen DeSmit, Hank Kicks in the B-Quik Porsche Cayman. The Toyota Supra GT4, Grant and Sudapong in that one. Catchon and Andrew in the Toyota Supra GT4. Down as they come out of the last corner, we're ready to get rolling with this race.
All right, going to be in the hands of the 77 of Afik as we come up towards the line, and the green lights drop and we get this race underway. There's 7 GT4 cars, but how about this for the Lexus machines? Stormed up to the front row around both sides of the race leader. They'll go to the front of the field, although, again, liberal use of the track limits on the exit of turn 1. It's actually going to allow the 77 back through to the front, but got to pick out, is that the third? Which one of the Lexuses is that now in front? The 38 of Natapong to start this one off. I think it is. And then the 24 of Nadavude, they're back now in 4th place with the older Porsche Cup car of Kimik, who's actually had a bit of an issue with the transponder not firing up to start this one off. So he actually doesn't register as running with the pack here.
Don't forget, you said that you thought there was another car missing, but I thought we had all of our cars, and indeed they've arrived at the second sector, so that's now been updated in terms of the running order. Never mind. Eyesight was good as it currently stands. So here comes the 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo closing back on in, and I get the feeling that might have been the... I reckon it might have been Nadavude who was first to that second sector line. And indeed, it was the 38 entry, so it was wrong. It was Natapong who got the lead of this race. So at the moment, in the GTM category, it'll be the 38 machine of Natapong leading the way over Afik, Malaysian driver in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He's going to try and get to the inside again, show the nose of that car. So we're going to have a big old battle. But that Lamborghini was in trouble with its tyres yesterday. This afternoon's conditions now closing in on 3 p.m. local time. Drive down the start-finish straight. The Super Trofeo is quick in a straight line. Clears him by the time they get to turn number 1. And a change of the race lead happened on lap 1 and happens on lap 2 as well. And they're going to still go toe-to-toe. Supreme in a straight line speed at the current point in time. And that Lexus really switches its tyres on quite well. They went very deep at lap 1, turn 1. Picked up a number of spots, a number of cars there. And now Natavude's come through to P3. And Super Kit in the 25 entry. The Ferrari 488 Challenge. Quickest to the first timing sector. He's going to be coming back at him here, Dan.
Yeah, let's watch this now as they build speed to turn 4 on this occasion. Not too far off, actually. Some of the times we saw in TSS Supercar GT3 in that opening sector. In fact, that Ferrari at a 23.6 to the opening sector is probably only about 3 to 4 tenths down on some of the times we saw from the Audi R8 GT3s. So it's got the legs and actually was going a little quicker through the speed trap than our Audi GT3s, although it's a Porsche 992 Cup car of the Porsche 991.2 Cup car there, the 17. Actually got the fastest registered speed through the trap. Its transponder has now apparently woken up for us and is tracking correctly here. As through turns 9, 10, 11 they'll go. But that Cup car's, yeah, it's got legs.
I'm going to get out as soon as we're done here, and I do actually have some more commentary to do actually later tonight, but as soon as that's done, I'm going to turn laps in that 991 car. I miss it. I really, really miss it. It's probably one of my favourite racing cars to drive in the sim, so I'm going to have to go do some laps in that one. In the meantime, the 488 gets to the inside, the challenge car. That car will have to do some refueling in its pit stops and some extra safety regulations to do it, but Natavude had track position and really squared off the Ferrari. Can it get the horses to the ground right now and start to close back in? As he's trying to track down Natavude. Yesterday's race winner was the 24 Lexus in this battle, and that's allowed Kmick to get a fair bit closer in the first of the Porsches, and it is that 991. It's gone faster again. So the fastest car we've actually seen to that speed trap today has been that 991 car.
That it has. Let's continue to watch. Now, interesting here, how's this? Simon Chen's had a rough start, actually dropping behind Cantady here off the start. He's only finally just now gotten through ahead of the number 18 Porsche Cayman GT4. We saw a little bit of this yesterday, actually. We'll see here through this. It's a GT, it is a Cup car spec, not a GT3 spec car or anything. So it's missing a little bit of grip, and it has that there for a wiggle off turn 7, and the Cayman actually like closing with some confidence here. This GT4 spec Cayman. These, and look at that there. Early on the brakes, very early on the brakes into turn 9. Now this isn't a good chance at an extended onboard shot. We haven't seen Simon Chen. He's got no confidence in the car whatsoever to be able to get this one pulled up and then actually out of the turns. And I wonder if it's starting to hold up Cantady here even a tiny bit.
Well, I remember yesterday that Porsche Cup car, it did the 18 car did get by it in the opening center. Was it the 18? I think it actually might have been the Mercedes that's in behind it. And then it sort of took a couple laps, and then the tyres responded. There is some shade over that track at the moment. The pictures have certainly got a lot darker. The heat haze is still there. It doesn't look quite as bad. But the other side of the thing is they may have actually taken some pressure out of the rear tyres of that Porsche after yesterday's racing to try and cool things off. I'm actually thinking there, Dan, because he had a lot of problems at the tail end of the race yesterday with the rear end coming out from underneath that car.
Entirely possible, yes. As I've been chasing up, the race was nice just to get my head around things again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, critically, the Natavude, the 24 Lexus RCF for Toyota Gazoo Racing Tires. You can have a look at it here. So this is what it looked like from outside the cars into turn 9. Definitely getting a little close for comfort there. As well, we're on the replay. The number 19 Toyota Supra of Grant and Sudapong has already received a black and white flag for exceeding track limits with 53.5 minutes left in this race. That's not a great sign to be getting that one that early on, as finally Simon Chen looks to have started to find a bit of confidence in that Porsche 992 generation Cup car, although now he's got a lot of lost ground to make up on. Meanwhile, at the front, all right, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo has decided to check out from everyone else to the casual tune of 5.5 seconds whilst we've been looking elsewhere.
But remember, that car's running a little bit less fuel than everybody else is the other side of things that's probably worth knowing about. And they will have to they will have to do a refuel at the pit stop, and they will also have to swap over those drivers. So a couple things to sort of think about as this battle is getting exceptionally close. The new Aston Martin to the series, the GT4, and the Toyota Supra go toe-to-toe. And that one's not going to go away anytime soon. In the meantime, that'll be Anna Thorne, I believe, behind the wheel of the Aston, and he's just got by Grant in the Toyota Supra. So on the previous lap, they were actually reversed. That's an overtake done for Anna Thorne. Now he's going to try and disappear up the road because that Toyota Supra is coming back at him. And our first track limits warning of the GTM race. And the 488 challenge car. And wait, that's Natavude ahead. So Natavude's gone past the Ferrari. They've both gone past the 38 machine. So Natapong's had an issue.
Sector 1, 24.1 seconds. Sector 2, 38.7.
Yeah, so it's sector
between
2.
turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Take your pick of where it's happened, I guess. But yeah, that second, well now second Lexus RCF having a big old error out there on the track. And it's also, as you mentioned, so second, third, fourth, fifth. Now all here in a nice little line here in these opening 10 minutes of TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 race. And yeah, just seen now on the screen, the number 17 car, black and white flag for exceeding track limits, has also been joined by the 38 there in front of it. So yeah, there also last lap times at Lamborghini Super Trofeo is deciding to check out the tune of 1.5 seconds faster than Natavude in second place. Although Natavude having to do some passing, I think. Almost getting parked up there through turn 3, and actually was getting parked up there. Was that Lexus RCF? Wait a second. Did I see like there's some kind of badging there on the back of that car, top right of the boot lid? 17 decided to go a bit wide.
Well, he's already received a warning, so that could be a 5-second penalty. The Kamek. Now, I know it's not attempting to be out there, and it definitely looked like the rear end of that car got away from him, but yeah, not 100% sure. What was the car that you were saying on the rear of the end of the car, Dan? That you were looking for something? It wasn't the 38 machine?
It is the Lex. It is both the Lexuses, or the Lexus. I'm just wondering. There's a badge of some kind on the upper right, the right rear corner. Or I'm being told it might just be the sponsor Arto. Oh, ruining my fun is the producer for insisting that's what it is. Because I could have sworn I saw GT something. I wanted to know, is that actually like a GT3 badge? Is it a modified RCF GT3, or is it something else? I'm being told, no, stop having your fun. It's something else, completely unrelated to what the car is. It's just a sponsor badge. And to that I say boo, but never mind that. Super Kit going after Natavude here into turn 3. Both cars in a little deep and quite straight. I get it pulled up though. As speaking of which, the 25 will join the list of cars here amongst this battle pack that has a black and white flag. But yes, he does indeed had a good drive. Can we please go back to that shot here? There we go. They're on the turn 4 and clear.
Yeah, on the entry to turn 4. So now Natavude's got some passing to try and do in terms of things at this point in time. So good job by Super Kit to get the job done. Will get himself a track limits warning in the process of trying to get that one done, but now we can try and set sail. The lead, by the way, already out to about 9 seconds, 39.5 last time by, I think. So yeah, it is indeed last time by, and they'll be coming to the final sectors here in just a few moments. That 77 car is just gone, absolutely gone into the sunset. It's probably going to be in the realm of 10 seconds this time by. It was about 1.6 seconds quicker in the second sector.
Yeah, that Lamborghini, the interesting is it's the same time of day as yesterday. Maybe a little bit more cloud cover today than we saw previous. But I would generally suggest that it's looking not too dissimilar to what we saw in yesterday's action. Barring the fact this Lamborghini is on an absolute tear. continuing to lap about 1.5 seconds faster every lap than everyone else in class. And just continuing to run away on that. This current lap has finally lost 1/10 of a second to the 25 of Super Kit in Sector 1, but that's Sector 1 only. There's still the rest of the lap to worry about here.
Yeah, but how quick's the Porsche 991 in that first sector? It's doing a supreme job of getting the power down, which is a 17 car. And he'll be next up to have a go at Nadavude, although at the moment 3.7 seconds back. So still relatively close in terms of track position at this point in time. It's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Like you said, Superkit already kicking out and setting his best first sector, nearly 0.5 of a second there, and takes another 0.3 of a second when they get to the second sector. So half a second already pulled out on this lap alone. What's the time going to be when they get to the final sector will tell a lot of the different story. Moving over to GT4, by the way, the race for the lead. 18 car leads the way by only 1.8 seconds. That one's going to stay relatively close. Last time by, they were 1/10 of a second apart in that category. As the 77 car winds up, comes to the line. Oh, don't worry. Fastest in Sector 3. Purple sector for the race. Purple's lap. And fastest lap of the race, 39.409. So they are trying to push on. 40.377, by the way. Only just slower than their previous fastest lap for Superkit car. Now as the Ferrari 48 Challenge sets off into the distance and goes to try and start reeling in the Super Trofeo. But again, keep in the back of your mind, the Super Trofeo did have problems with its tyres late on yesterday.
The thing is that they've built an 11-second, nearly 12-second margin. As long as the tyres don't fall off the monumental cliff, which I guess, as you're saying, they certainly could. Have to keep an eye on that in the next little while, and say pit stops are only about, well, just over 10 minutes away from starting. So if there's any concerns about tyres, they could always bring this car in early, I guess. Get a fresh set of boots on early, as long as they then just manage it a little bit more in the second half of the race here. So that's something to think about in all of this situation.
Well, interesting, Dan. I'm going to quote your own research here. And so thanks for generating numbers. You're going to make me look intelligent for a few moments.
Excellent.
The difference into in the pit stop times, Nadavude is going to have a 15-second extra pit stop length compared to everyone else. He sits third at the moment, so he'll be 5 seconds longer than the 77 car, which leads the race, and it'll be 10 seconds longer than the 25 car. So that 25 car effectively just wipe off 5 seconds of that margin between them and the race leader, effectively, because that'll come down to the pits lane. So thanks, Dan. You did some research, you did some development work. I'm giving you all the credit, though, I suppose.
Yeah, you are. So it supposedly works out all fair. The only other one is the compensation times for... oh, hello. That's out of sequence and not going to count as a compulsory stop. Trouble for the Team NZ Aston Martin GT4. Looking to work on this right front tire, but it has been seen some better days. That's definitely scuffed the markings there on the sidewall. What from? Hard to say. There you go. The joys of doing a tyre swap here with these cars here. 5-bolt and manually got to put it back in the lugs. Just going to have a quick look here at the GTM GT4. Yeah, compensation times. Got that document up for me here. Being told also the inside of the tyre was not looking too good, and we may have not paid attention to that one properly there.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, I've just seen the shot.
Yeah, so have I. No wonder. And unfortunately, yeah, it had shredded the inside of that tyre. That's not a good sign. You hope that's an errant... well, if that's happened without any clear reason or rhyme to it, that Aston Martin's going to be in a world of hurt. It's only got 15 minutes before it ripping the inside of the front right to pieces. But there we go. Another car, black and white flag, and it's now your race leader to the 77 machine of Afik. So 77's on a black and white. 25's on a black and white. The 24 is not yet for a change of pace. But the 17 is and the 38 is to discuss all of our GTM cars. So of that, we're at a 2/3 strike rate. So Nanavude and Simon Chan are the only two drivers yet to pick up black and white flags for track limits violations.
I feel like we're commentating just Formula One officiating sometimes when we talk about track limits. What is this, the Red Bull Ring?
It might as well be Thailand's version of the Red Bull Ring.
It's pretty close. Similar layout.
I wish we could actually show the image of what we're seeing from the tyre of the Aston Martin. There's been a question about was it a slow puncture. I'm going to say from what we've been shared, which is basically a screenshot of the broadcast feed. The inside of the front right was pretty scuffed. Apparently, what we're going to do is we're going to throw it up for a couple of seconds once we've got it ready, and then we'll cut back, do basically our own in-house replay, as it were, and try and show this one off to you folks.
We all missed it. I looked away. I was looking at other data and stuff right when that tyre came off, so I missed it. And I think there was a few other viewers as well. It might have missed that one. This is what it looked like when they pulled the car and the tyre off. So that's the new tyre going on. Watch when they pull this past the camera.
Did you all catch that, guys?
Happened real quick.
Unfortunately, pausing a 30 FPS video over YouTube, definitely a little tough. But basically, the entire inside edge of the right front had been completely shredded, which meant that it was not usable anymore. That's for certain. As we check in with our GT4 race leaders here, Cantady, Hayden Haikal, still lapping pretty much dead even. We have to look at hundredths of a second to separate them on their last lap around this circuit. And the transponder for the 77 has gotten tripped up. No, they're in the pits.
Yeah, so something's going on with that car as well. Maybe there was some debris out on track. A couple of cars have run over. That's definitely earlier. And
already away.
Is that another tyre stop? I want to say that was another tyre stop.
Surely has to be. Unfortunately, we don't know for certain yet. But, well, we were saying it. Oh, he's got a 12, 13 second lead. Happy days for PSC Motorsport. Nope. Oh, we are going to get a replay. And okay, that maybe is more slow puncture leak inclined, because that tyre didn't have any signs of a massive having the inside edge, for example, destroyed. So that one, I think we're gonna chalk it on as a slow puncture, unless maybe we can find something and then we'll try and show it again, if that's the case. But a Feig on his way through. Hayden Haikal deciding he's going to happily go into the dust and off-road to accommodate that. But if he's not careful...
Up the dust. The rear end of that car seemed to just wobble on the mid-corner there, and he picked up the dust and ran wide. So I think that was that one. We've already seen two cars with tyre issues thus far in this race. I'm wondering whether or not they've reused tyres from earlier in the weekend and gone, yeah, we'll throw these on, we'll have a fresher set for the second half of the race, or whether or not what they're doing is that they're resetting those tyres. So here's the 7 car and the tyre, and have a look at the shred on this one. Whole big chunk of the tyre missing on the inner edge. And that's not a flat spot on the top end of the tyre that's then sort of peeled away. No, that's something that's coming away from that tyre. So Hancock will have a look at that for sure.
Yeah, not a good look. But back to live pictures, and it's a Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 48 Challenge of Super Kit and Kitapol, who will now lead this race. And they're sitting about 6 seconds ahead of the Nanavude Lexus RCF GTM. Pace between these two cars is pretty steady, although on this current lap, after 2 or 3 sectors, it's advantage to 25. And we have the compulsory pit window coming up in just under 3.5 minutes as well. So at the current pace they're doing, that's going to take just before they get to the end of 2 more laps. But a car like this 17 or 38 might be in the right spot to be able to come in as soon as the pit window opens here, given where they are on track. Let's just see here. 3, 2, 1. No, it's a little too close to the pit entry, given that 3 minutes is not quite... Actually, no, I take that back. They were basically in like the perfect place. So the 38 is probably the first car that could come in like right on the queue.
Yeah, and that
I'd
lane
say
entry
spot.
opens. So things to consider as well is Natavude is going to have that longer stop. In terms of their race time, so that'll get added. But we've lost the 77, who's moved way down, and they're now off the lead lap. I think I might have... No, sorry, we've just got an update as it's just gone through the final timing sector. They're about 50 seconds off the race lead. And they've, on this most recent lap, just passed the 18 car, which puts them back ahead of the GT4 cars as well. And as it currently stands, that's Hayden Highcal entry, managing to still go with the leaders in GT4. That battle is actually worth only about 2.8 seconds. So there's very, very little in that. And the closest battle we're currently looking at on track is the Supra versus the Porsche Cayman, although I've got it the other way around. So they've actually swapped positions on this lap. Owen De Smit's actually lost the place to the Supra, which has got Kachorn behind the wheel at the moment. And an update on that 38 car, Dan.
Oh dear. That's not a good look there. Unfortunately for Natapong, well, doesn't have any extra time to serve in the pits, but now, well, she does have some extra time. I can probably serve in the pits to clear that penalty. But continued abuse of track limits. Not the first time we've seen that message come up from race control, and I doubt it'll be the last, even though we've only got 2 short sprints to come after this race. All right, next time round, for most of these drivers, it will be pit lane open. Actually, it will be pit lane open because we're just a minute away from the window being available. Who will be the first taker? We have to wonder at this stage. Gaps at the moment looking pretty good for drivers like Superkit up the front of this race.
Well, he's looking strong at the moment, absolutely. But, you know, driver swaps to come. And Natavude will be staying on that car. And Natavude's been really, really good and reasonably quick right throughout the weekend. So, you know, he'll have knowledge of the car. He understands the conditions, which is why the single driver entries always pick up a little bit extra time in the pit lane. You know, that specific knowledge of the track conditions is worth just a couple extra seconds throughout the stint. And they adjust for that in the pit lane. But in the meantime, interested to just keep half an eye on the battle in GT4, because I know that was exceptionally close. And waiting for that one to come on as the pit lane window does open for the final time this weekend. Compulsory pit stops are going to get underway, and you want to keep your eyes on this Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Not quite got the tank capacity that they need to do the entire race without a pit stop, so they will be doing some refueling. And the first car in, Erwin De Smet in the Porsche Cayman. We'll climb out of that car, hand over to Team Boss, Hank kicks. And when you're driving with a Team Boss, a little bit extra pressure to bring that car home safely.
Yes, but mission accomplished, it would appear to be for that car there. And I'm just getting final compensation times actually written up for us, at least based on the top 3 that will have earned some extra times. As 59 also going to come in from the GT4 category, along with what looks like Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10, Simon Chen, going to get in here nice and early and finish things up there for that car. I've almost just finished with the top 3. I also let me know if you want any other cars. I mean, actually, we've got them covered, I think, for now. 25 I've got, 24 I've got, 17 is the only one I'll need to probably go look at times for comparison's sakes.
And the Mercedes into the pit lane. So Hayden Highcal will jump out of this car, hand over to Peter, the Australian driver. It'll be their opportunity to jump in and behind the wheel. Final time for the weekend too. So that'll be Hayden Highcal's last laps. Hands over to Peter Hackett, accomplished Australian endurance racing driver.
So we got there the number 38 of Natapong going to jump out of his car, out of the car there. Nat Lexus, and hand over to Chris. Now that number 38 needs to stay in the pits for a minimum of 2 minutes and 10 seconds, as it's a double FIA silver graded pairing there. Once again, the all silver lineups do get hit over the hit with a bit of a sharp stick. It was Simon Chan, single driver at FIA bronze, only a 1 minute 38 second transit from in to out, and it's a 1:41. That will tick off the boxes there for that car. Now hope for a bit of a chance to get back into this race. Meanwhile, there we go, 38. Chris, 2 minutes 16. Yep, that's fine. And behind them, Hank Kicks on his way out, 2 minutes 31 for that GT4 entry. Actually, that's not been a very good stop at all. They've actually cost themselves, well, a minute longer than would be ideal.
And then 90-second stop, you're saying, for the 26 car that they had to do? Yeah.
Yes. Only had to do a 90-second stop because they're both FIA bronze rated, but ended up in there for, what's that going to be? 150 seconds. Yeah, basically a full minute extra. All right, Cantady in the pit lane from the GT4 lead. And he's got a painfully long stop here because he's an FIA silver rated driver and he's on his own. So they slap on the 40 seconds for him being silver and an additional 8 for being alone and the additional 10 seconds for coming second. Yes, so he's got to be in there for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. That was meant to be our longest stop of the day. But teams are seeming to take their time in GT4. We've got the 36 of Peter Hackett, Hayden Heikal is still in the pits. They only need to be in there for 2 minutes and 8 seconds, but they're going to be nearly 3 minutes from entry to exit here today.
I wonder whether or not they've had an issue with maybe keeping that car fired or something. Realistically, you would say that that's definitely not normal. They're still in the lane. It's over 3 minutes now in that stop. So they've now dropped a minimum of 45 seconds to even the other longest stop. So that's a big stop. That's a long stop. So they'll be having some issues in terms of that one. 77 car, after its dramas with the tyre, has just recently, on the last lap actually, set the fastest lap of the race with 39.365. So fresh rubber on that car is certainly helping its pace. I'll be disappointed. As it currently stands, they had an opportunity, although they are starting to take margin out of the cars around them. 3 seconds on the last lap out of Kmiec in the Porsche 991 17 car. How long will these drivers go in terms of this stint? Still continuing on for race leaders. They've just gone by. Here comes, I think this is going to be the race leading Porsche. Yeah, the 95 entry I think I just saw coming in GT4 category. So that leaves us with 3 cars yet to do their stop. Grant Sudapong in the GT4 AM car, the Toyota Supra, hasn't come in yet. And then there's 2 cars from GTM category. It's a race leader, 25 car, the Ferrari, hasn't been into the lane as of yet. And Kmiec in the Porsche 991, the 17 entry, has yet to come to the lane. And that's the Supra in. So it's just the 2 GTM cars now that have got to come to the lane.
Don't forget also, the 77 owes a stop within this compulsory window. They haven't come to the lane yet since doing that emergency service outside the window. So, for Afik, he's got to jump out in the next 3 minutes and change and hand over to Saravut to finish the race, which will see them drop back further down the order. But I guess maybe a chance they'll do another check on the tyres, probably, you'd think, at this stage. Hope that they're all in good shape to run to the end of this race. And yeah, over 5 minutes in the pits. Unfortunately, I'm going to be saying that that's a big old issue for Peter Hackett. Hayden Heikal entered, well, Mercedes-AMG GT4 entered for them. And Cantady returns to the circuit, now having completed his service. See where he comes out in relation to Prakun, the Warren Prakun
race leader
came in. The Sudapong Grant's Supra, and indeed, there we go. top 2 in GTM have made it to the lane. Well, I should even say actually the 24 is actually on their way out soon. But there, the 25 hits the box, and there we go. Get the driver out. Then they'll do the refueling as they're followed in by Kimmich in the 17.
Yeah, and then we're just waiting on the 77 to do their compulsory stop. But they've just got, where are they in terms of the sector timings at the moment is a critical one. They've just gone by the start-finish line, and they haven't come in, and they've just got enough time to get on the lap in, probably about a 20-second margin. Now there's going to be a battle out on track as the 26 car does manage to hang on to place at the moment. And Kicks runs it a little bit wide, though. That's down at turn 8. Now the entry to turn 9, the 18 comes back by. So spot grabbed back now for Cantadee as he makes his way back on by. Moves up one spot in terms of GT4 standings. And that might actually be for the race lead, by the way, in terms of GT4. I think it might be, actually.
That would explain the defensiveness. Out
No,
of
there's
pit lane comes the 95. Yeah, GT4, yeah. Only had a 90-second stop. Did the 95 plus 5 seconds for a minute 35. They were in there for 2 minutes. And again, a lot of these GT4 teams, they've got minimum stop times. Maybe, again, part of it there being that, well, as we've seen, these GT4 cars don't have single lug nuts, single lug nut tyres. So it might just be a case of these teams, they literally can't adhere to the minimums on their stops. They actually takes them longer to get the car up on the jacks and then longer to do any tyre changing they so need to. But yes, it looks like it will be indeed. B95, it leads the GT4 class. And it's got a reasonably healthy margin back to the 18 and 26 here on screen.
So I'm expecting the 77 car in now, basically. And, oh, yeah, well, this is the other car that did owe us a stop as well, was the 7 car, because they did their tyre stop as well. So we were still missing 2 pit stops, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, they timed that one to perfection.
Yeah, opting to run that one as long as they can. Not too shocking there that they would do so, given that they've put some tyres on already. But here we go. See how the team here at PSC Motorsport go about things. They will bolt on another fresh set of tyres on the right side to start. Although I suspect, based on the tyres there at the left and right rear corners, they are going to do tyre changing, yep, all round. And look at that, that's definitely some used tyres there by the looks of things in the hand of that pit crew member going on the left front. So no worn tyres to worry about, as we're being told and can see it for ourselves as the pit window also closes, by the way. Trouble for the 19 Toyota Supra GT4 here on screen, Scott. They've been reported to race control, or reported to stewards to be more precisely, for some kind of infringement in the pit stop, and also, well, the hazards apparently also like staying on that car at this stage.
Yeah, now it's going to be Supra versus Supra in terms of the GT4 category. And the 59 car going to try and swing by. There is a message that pit stop times are certainly being investigated as well.
Okay.
But the only car I think might be Simon Chen. I think might be a little bit potentially light on pit stop. Everyone else had a supremely long pit stop, so I don't necessarily think maybe Natavude had a short pit stop. A 154 maybe needed a 55. So that would be 100. That would be what? That'd be 94 seconds. How long did he need in the lane?
According to this, 98 was
so
the compensation times for yesterday, plus the 15 for winning is only a minute 53.
That's not even close.
Need to be in the pits for at least a minute 38 without factoring yesterday's race. Add on the 15 seconds for yesterday's win. It bumps up to a minute 53.
So he's fine.
He's perfectly on the money. I am trying. The biggest one is with so many GT4 cars going super long. It can't be any of them. Surely. Some of them do have long stop requirements, but I don't think it's any of the ones that really need to be worried about. Like, for example, the number 18 of Cantady needed to only stop for about, well, 2 minutes and 18 seconds, plus the bonus for winning yesterday. So, coming second yesterday, so 2 minutes 28, but they were stopped for 3.5 minutes. So, yeah, deciphering that one as to who's actually not got that right is hard to say, but also another car reported the stewards for a pit stop infringement. The number 25 here on screen apparently got themselves in trouble there with that pit stop.
That'll be something to do with refueling. So I wonder whether or not the 19 might have had too many people working on that car, because they did have a reasonably long stop. So whether or not they weren't allowed to lift the lid, maybe it was plugged data in. They might have hooked a laptop into that car, and that might be not allowed at the pit stop actually. They might have had to wheel that one in the garage before they would be allowed to plug the laptop into that car. So there's two potentials for that infringement. The 25, I'm going to say straight away, it's something wrong with the refueling. They didn't wait for the driver to get out before they started refueling on that one, because remember, they've got the additional requirements. So to refuel that car, driver must be out. You must have one person with a fire extinguisher on standby, and then your car manager and 2 refuelers, I think. So they've got very strict restrictions on that one, and part of the reason is that's the only car right across the weekend that's allowed to actively refuel in the pit lane, and that's a safety concern. So that means that they've got to watch that pit stop like a hawk. They normally do watch these pit stops reasonably closely, but that one will be watched also than anything else. So if there's anything else they've been infringed upon, that they would have needed to make sure that they dotted their I's and crossed their T's this weekend with the pit stops for the Team Singer 25 car.
And a car perhaps we weren't expecting to be up towards the front of the field once the pit stop cycled through. I'd be saying fair bet. Neither you or I are expecting Simon Chan, to have come through to third place. But that Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche Cup car is now in third, as the order has corrected itself after pit stops here. Back now to the GT4 lead, though. Prakun versus Cantady, and I think that AAS Porsche Cayman is coming at a small rate of knots. Oh yeah, he's just pulled a casual 1.3 seconds in the second sector alone. That's a lot of confidence, either under brakes at turn 3, or more likely a combination of all the turns in that sector. So I think going to have ourselves a GT4 leader once again in the form of the 18. As that rounding turns 9 and 10. Where does the move come? Could be at turn 12. Might just wait for turn 3. We'll have to see.
It's certainly coming. Here comes the 18 machine. They've been really, really quick over the last couple laps. 95 car was about 3 seconds a lap slower in the last time by. Now it's going to be a change, I think, for the race lead as they go toe-to-toe at the start-finish line. 48.0 now for Prakun as he crosses the line. 45.7, so 2.3 seconds the difference. It's going to be Porsche on Porsche battle as they come off of turn number 1. And the 18 tries to get the drive out the other side, side by side, running down the straight between turn 1 and the kink at 2. Then it's onto the braking zone at 3 to the inside now for the 18. And look at him dive on the anchors. Look at the aggressive weight transfer in that car, and does get the job done. So back to the race lead now for the 18 machine.
And now to drive off into the distance. At least that will be the goal. As update from race control, we've found our car that's... we've found our car that's at fault for a pit stop time violation. I just can't believe I didn't see it coming. And if it actually... the timing doesn't make sense compared to what we're being told.
So
but the message on the timing system is that the number 19, Toyota Supra from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, of Sudapong and Grant, has a 1 second stop and go penalty for a short stop. The time recorded...
say on that one, Dan, if you remember the GT4s last year, they did have like an extra minute added to their pit stop, which I didn't see in that briefing that we had. So I would say that they've forgotten to add that on the briefing and the notes that we have. But yeah, I remember the GT4 stops being longer last year.
Could be the case. Unfortunately, we don't have an update on the... on what the times needed to be for today. We only had the document for the times yesterday.
I think from memory, it might have been 120 seconds plus whatever it was. Oh no, the Aston!
Another GT4 expires, retires.
That will be down in this sector of the racetrack too.
Well, it's been pushed back behind the wall already, thankfully. It was last seen in Sector 2. Didn't quite catch here where that would look like, but we'll have to worry about that another time, Scott, because fight for P5 in GTM. Now, last two cars running in this class now. Saravut's under all kinds of pressure from the 17 of Chak. Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo trim versus one of the older cars running here. Porsche 911 GT3 Cup in 991.2 specification. But here these two going at it. Final 16 minutes and 45 seconds left in this one here. Passed by the start, finish straight, and the pits once again.
It's interesting to see these two cars performing some similarly out on track as well. That says, you know, they've just about got it right. So always love it when you get close battling between these two competitors. And remember, this 991 is the quickest of the cars through the speed trap, and he's going to pull out yet again. Goes the 17 machine. Chak now behind the wheel, breaking it down. Remember that Lamborghini was wiggling around all over the place yesterday. As an update comes through from race control, actually, on that car to say that they've now hit their final warning for track limits as well.
Watch as these two come up to turn 4 once again. Lamborghini looking a little stronger into that faster corner there. The gap stretches back out. They come through turn 5 as well. So not looking like a change on this particular occasion, although Saravut a little wide through 6. Isn't immediately capitalized on, though, by Chak there. But this is the battle in this race that we'll be keeping an eye on by the looks of things. Gaps elsewhere on track, sort of 4 seconds per car or more, mostly there in that GT4 field. Is where things could be interesting if they close up all of a sudden. But how's that there out of 9, 10, and 11 for the 17 and Chak? Can't get that though, so I have to just try and prop it up. Get a good run through turn 12. And even then, that Lamborghini, a little bit off the preferred line, still getting a good drive. And still putting in, ultimately, the fast, so it's the best time. Last time round, yeah, they're both lapping in the 143s. So they're definitely costing each other just a couple of seconds a lap here with this bit of a duel. Although, in saying that, Scott, it's not like Chak's hounding him every single corner. It's just a couple of looks here and there and a bit of defensive driving from the 77 as a result.
Interesting to note as well, I think we're going to have a late race battle here with 15 minutes, under 15 minutes to go. Hank Kicks seems to be lapping quite well and might actually be starting to track down Prakun. So that's, in GT4s, it's 3 Caymans that lead the way in terms of things there, but it'll be the absolute B-Quik Audi, which is actually on the screen at the moment as Cantadiz, our overall race leader, goes to get by him at turn number 1. God, Hank didn't pull that car up at all well then.
I think he might know that, yeah, he's got a chance of chasing after what will be second in class. It would also be the GT4 AM class, like subclass win. So might have been motivated to keep on hustling. As Nanavude also looked to get past him promptly so he could get on with his own race there in GTM. There's the gap back to P2. So Nanavude, you can still see it on the track map too. Nanavude approaching turn 4. Kittapult, meanwhile, approaching turn 3 by contrast. So there's a bit of air between the two of them at the moment as they make their way around this circuit. Clock ticking down. It appears to be that a fight for GTM leadership in this race is not going to brew all too much. As meanwhile, Simon Chan lapping on pace with Kittapult up ahead of him. unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to chase him down, obviously.
We did
There's
actually
also the
lose second
Yeah, I
on the
was gonna
last lap
say.
to Chris in behind, so I think we're both looking at the same thing there, Dan. Then.
Yeah, that could be something that becomes a fight as well at the end of this one. And then, of course, Saravut versus Chang, also still very much on there. In fact, we can't even see the 77's transponder dot on the track map because it's covered up by the 17s. Because the 17 is now ahead.
Yeah, so change of positions for these two cars. And with a speed trap last time by the way, they were only 0.6 of a kilometre per hour difference. In terms of peak speed at the end of the back straight, that's how close the two were. But for now, the 77 machine, and we saw this yesterday for Saravut, struggled with its tyres, and this will be the overtake. Got to the inside and got the drive. And Saravut's definitely deep there.
Yeah, he's tried to hang on by going super deep, and you'd think maybe it works, but that's no guarantee. Actually runs it out past the track, the lines there. Smaller line on the inside works out. Shorter line, I should say, on the inside works out in that case for Chang in that car. So we'll see if that there's any chance that's still being a fight, if maybe the Trofeo can turn things around in the closing 11 minutes and 20 seconds. And gap is closing between Simon Chan and Chris for third. So watch out for the 38, the second of the Lexus RCFs in that this GTM class, I should say. Looking to make a late race run at it as well.
Well, Dan, the margins come down in that battle yet again. So 1.5 seconds out of Simon Chen on the last lap by. So the 38 with Chris behind the wheel. Like I said, the second of the Lexus is actually coming. And there was some traffic there, I think, potentially last time by for Simon Chen. So that might have explained the slightly off lap time. No, that's the 24, never mind. My apologies, of Nadavude. There is actually no traffic if you have a look towards the bottom left-hand corner of the circuit map. That's where the 10 and the 38 currently are. We will hit traffic in the next couple laps in the form of the 59 Toyota Supra, the blue car. Which is being driven for Team TW Zoomies by Andrew at this point in time. All bronze rated team, GT4 AMs. In terms of lap times at the moment, though, Nadavude is doing a phenomenal job. He won that race yesterday too. They're gonna have a really hard time stopping over an hour, though. When you discuss things, 26 seconds worth over an hour is really not all that much, and the margin between second and third is really only 10 seconds, and less than 5 seconds now from fourth to third as well. So it's not a huge margin when you consider the hour-long race that's unfolded in front of us.
Indeed, and just to break up the conversation here, Scott, another update on the timing channels and information. Team manager for that number 25 Ferrari has been instructed to report to race control after the stops. That would indeed suggest a procedural issue. Did I say after the pit stop? I meant after the race if I did. Or what I would presume, therefore, is a procedural issue with the pit stop. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. It's only off by about 20 minutes at least. But yeah, so looks like that might be a slap on the wrist coming the way of the Senior Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge. At least that's what we'd be hoping for, so that the racing can continue on circuit. Candidate, meanwhile, absolutely clocking out from Brakun. He's built a gap of 10 seconds in 4 or 5 laps since we saw this move happen. I don't feel like it happened that long ago. And Hank kicks his close again. He picked up 1.2 seconds on the last lap, so at B-Quik Racing. Porsche Cayman GT4. It's a coming. And I'd
See the rear
suggest
end?
that, yeah, he's definitely not slow. And keeping in it is team owner of B-Quik Racing.
I think we were told last year, by the way, that I can't recall. Actually, I'm not going to pass that setup because I'm going to get it wrong. I actually can't remember the details on it. But it was one of the drivers or one of the team owners. I thought it was Hank Kicks, from memory. Owns a ton of banana farms, but I think I might be wrong on that one. So don't quote me.
It's a kind of bonus fact that I certainly didn't remember, apparently, from last year, that's for sure.
That was provided to us by Daniel Bilski. I can't remember when that one came to us. It might have been around Bang San last year. Anyway, Nadavude, in the meantime, still in charge of the race as it currently stands. Yeah, you're right. Those battles at a 26 car is chasing down. So Hank Kicks now, last time they got past the start-finish line, down to 3.2 seconds. He actually lost a fraction of time for the 95 machine on that most recent lap, and 1.2 seconds out of Kitapol by Simon Chen. 0.7 of a second, though, by Chris that he's just taken out of Simon Chen. And remember, that Porsche Cup car had a lot of problem hanging on to the rear tyres late on in the race yesterday for Simon Chen. So they might have some difficulties hanging on to the rubber the rear end of that Porsche, so it may get worse from here. Although we already said it didn't fire off all that quickly compared to the other cars that were in around it, so we might have been some tyre pressure adjustments.
Yeah, for those who didn't see this category race yesterday, unfortunately, Simon Chan, we saw at least two. I'm almost trying to remember if there was a third, and it was entirely self-inflicted spins from just various moments when driving. As pick up Hank Kicks once again. Tries to track down Prakun, but on that last lap, it was actually the number 95 that went slightly faster. We'll see what the numbers say here in a second once they complete the lap, but they're currently on with just over 5 minutes remaining in this race. That there is P2 in the GTM category, your leader. You can see by the track, we're already down through turn 3. The gap is just growing ridiculously quick. Simon Chan, well, looking at the times on that last lap for Kitapol, it was a bit average. 144.1 versus a 142.8. Maybe a possibility that Simon can catch on. It's going to take a bit more than that. Well, it's more important for him. He's got to worry about the Lexus coming from behind. 2.3 seconds of gap at the line, and he lost 1.2 seconds on that last lap. So that's definitely up for grabs there in the GTM class. There's another update from Race Control, Scott.
Oh no, yeah, I've just seen that one, and there it is for you viewers at home on the screens. The 77 car, which is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, has found its way into more dramas, which is difficult for them because they were just starting to track down the 17991 Porsche. So that battle that sort of seed and saw just a little bit, it's going to be kind of resolved through extraneous track activities. What do they call it? Extracurricular track activities?
Something like that.
Wasn't in the curriculum to go outside the track boundaries, but 77 machines taken it upon themselves to go explore all those excess areas, go looking.
So it was about, literally right on 4 minutes remaining when the 24 crossed the line.
So that's another 3 laps plus a lap.
So it is basically 4 laps to go, yeah, because you're right. By the time they get round again, there'll be about 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. And they go again, and it'll be down to about 50. It should be down to, actually, it'll be down to 40 seconds left. They'll go around again. Time will run out.
Something wrong. There's got to be something wrong with the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. The lap time they just ran, 45.239. It's their slowest lap. That was 5 seconds slower than their fastest lap of the race, and 2.5 seconds slower than Simon Chen, who's catching them in behind as well. So that one's going to go down to the wire. I reckon Chen's going to get there. They may have a tyre delaminating slowly. or at least going away from them. Or the other side of that is they could be under a fuel issue.
Yeah, see, I would go for the easy one. Well, actually, no, the easy one you could say is fuel, but actually, realistically, there's no easy one because we've seen a couple of the tires, mainly though on, well, we've had a GT4 tire go down, it seems, or get worn away on the inside edge, and a GTM tire let up. But from that Avuda, it's probably going to be the easiest race of the season, it seems, because, yeah. So coming to the line about now, it's going to be right on 2 minutes 20 or thereabouts when he crosses the line here. So apparently I can count. Hooray. So, yep. That's a 1 minute 42.0. So take off another minute and 40 odd seconds. It'll be about, as I said, 1 minute? It'll be about 40 seconds left in the race. He'll go around again. So, yep. There is still 3 laps left in this race. So that opens up for a bit of excitement then potentially there between Kitapol, Simon Chan, and Chris, who is closing inside of 2 seconds.
Well,
gotta find
actually,
more time.
The 25 had a lot of traffic on that most recent lap, and now Simon Chen's going to have it. So that would explain actually the slower lap time. Now, they were definitely quicker, but they weren't that much quicker. So it'll be an interesting one. I mean, we'll get a better read of it this next time by. And now you can see Simon Chen's cut his way through traffic. It was only 0.4 of a second faster on that time. So he ran a 44.597, and the lap time recovers a little bit for Kitapol. So with 2 laps left to run, well, it's going to be 3, isn't it? Yeah, so 3 laps left to run. It's not tyre related, it's traffic related.
Yeah, that is the other option here, and all of a sudden, don't forget, this is cars effectively fighting for second in GT4, as well as Simon Chan's going to have that door opened at the turn 3 hairpin. What about Chris in behind in that Lexus? He's looking for a way past as well to chase after. The number 10 Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche 992 Cup car here on screen. And that will now clear the top 4 of GT4 traffic in this race. There we go. Meanwhile, you can see they're barely exiting Sector 2. Meanwhile, Natavude, Sector 3 ticked off. 2 laps left in this race for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand number 24.
By the
nice
way,
throaty growl out of turn 1 there.
1.2 seconds Simon Chen just took out of Kitapol ahead of him in the second sector. And they're on their way out of turn 9 at the moment through 10 and 11. So there's an opportunity there for them to try and get a little bit closer. The last time by the way, the 38 machine was less than a second from the rear end of the Porsche Cup car. So we're going to see the battle between... It's going to be a 3-way fight, I think, Dan. It's even tighter than that as they've actually just crossed the start-finish line, by the way. 0.2 of a second between Chris and Simon Chen. So the 38 machine's closed in the dying stages of this one. As they head onto the run between turn 1 and turn 3, I get the feeling the Porsche Cup car is going to pull away a little bit, but there might be a Lexus parked to the inside at turn number 3 when they get down there. And by the track map, they're just arriving there now. So it was...
The dots are on top of each other. I think the 38 has gotten ahead. Yep, they have. If I hold my mouse up and let the first car of the pair on the timing screens come through, it flashes 38, then 10. So Chris has got the job done. Question is there enough time, lap and a half to go and chase down P2 in the class off of Kitapol?
Close. Yeah, you know
time
what?
says 0. Final lap is underway. But it's going to have to be a lot to ask of that second Lexus, the number 38.
I don't know if he did get through. I think Simon Chen might have had him actually at the Sector 2 timing marker. We'll get an update here in a few moments because they're on the run down to turn number 9 as it currently stands. Natavude, we continue to watch, has led the vast majority of this race, has looked calm and in control. And there's your GT4 leader. The 18 machine of Cantadi will have control of this one as well. Henk Kicks is coming back at that 95 machine, but he's going to run out of time, I think, as well. And there's the Ferrari 88 Challenge car, which sits second. So we get an update on the timing machines, and you're right, Dan, they did get the job done. So it is now a change of position on the podium, and there are now two Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars on the podium, and that is the confirmation on screen of the change of positions. But it is 4 seconds the margin up the road to the Team Singer Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge car. So I think they've hung on to that spot just.
And also look at the last lap time for Kitapol, back into the 1:42. So I think that also says that, yes, maybe there was something up with the car. I would suggest traffic and fuel possibly being a combination of the two. And they've now managed that and know they can push on at the end of this race. But Fernando had to work his way up the order a little bit, but they got there basically right off the start of the race with a fantastic launch here. And so it will be 2 from 2 for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry here this weekend in TSS Supercar GTM. And it is not just a win, it is domination of the category here. We've got ourselves just a little while before everyone else will show up. GT4 leader Kennedy lets the 25 of Kitapol through, and the two of them should be good to make their way no line astern to the finish. And you can see here the margin definitely now too far back for Chris, unless that Ferrari somehow spluttered its way from, well, back at turn 11, which it hasn't. He pulls it up under brakes, and he will secure a second-place finish here this afternoon. The Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in that Ferrari 488 Challenge, but Kennedy coming across the line there to win GT4. Also, thumbs up for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand to get 2 cars on the podium once again in TSS Supercar GTM.
Simon Chang got the spot back. Something happened to that 38 car. Are you sure?
Oh.
Timing says the other way. Was there a 5-second penalty to that 38 car for track limits violations potentially?
Oh yes, there was. Now whether that
there was, yeah.
And that only got issued.
That would have been updated after the line. So as soon as those two cars crossed the line, it would have reset them. So they would have added that one to the car within the timing system, and it's updated. So it won't be, my apologies, 38 car won't finish on the podium. It'll be Simon Chen who finishes on the podium.
Okay, so time penalty not taken in the pit stop, which is, to be honest, what I would have thought would happen, because it actually came out. When was that penalty issued? Practically
much earlier.
Basically at the 25-minute mark of the race. But anyway, that's how it rolls sometimes. So Fernando Verde, again, comfortable win in the race for him, but Kitapol, sorry. Just going over the words there. They will take home second place today. And Simon Chan, once again, third place for him after we kind of ruled him out after a disaster of a start. But then in GT4 class, Cantadi, comfortable win for him as well. They had a Warren and Prakun in the 2W Zoomies Porsche Cayman, and it's all Porsches in that GT4 category with Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smet. B-Quik Racing number 26 to round out that podium there today. And Fernando Verde, was he the fastest car on 1 lap pace? Not quite. That would go the way of the 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo early on, but basically untouchable, it seemed, once they got to the lead of the race. And it all began here at the race start. Look at this here. Just absolutely just completely steamroll the two cars on the front row, the 77 and the 25, once we drop the green flag. But it would eventually be a scrap here to start the race off between Nadavude and at the time it was a Feek in that Super Trofeo, but this unscheduled pit stop for what must have been some kind of slow puncture, because you can see the tyre didn't look all too bad there. Scott, unfortunately, undoing the progress that the Feek had made in the opening stint.
They finished 1 minute and 8 seconds off the pits, and I think their pit stop was like 1 minute and 4 seconds to get that one done from end to end in terms of pit lane times. So it's Nadavude at the 24 car. He may not have been the fastest, but he was the most consistent, and he's going to win both races of the weekend. Takes the championship lead and takes it by a good margin as well. And that's important, because when you head to Bangsan next time out, anything can and anything often does happen. But the 25 machine comes home in second, and I think they're pushing the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries in there. But Simon Chen will not know at this point in time that he's finished third, with the post-race penalty coming through.
Yeah, that indeed. Well, You'll see the GT4 podium up ahead there with the 3 Porsches. So that concludes our TSS coverage. Well, not TSS coverage, I say, because there's fun thing. There's like 2 sub categories in brandings here. As up, there we go. It got pushed up, and it looks like it's going to get pushed away by the team and officials there. So it looks like they have been given the news. Question is, where's that Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10? Meanwhile, Goody will go and chat with the GT4 car since there seems to be no issues with that podium. But what I was going to say is, we have...
This will be Hank Kicks, actually. So this interview, Dan, will be in English, by the way.
And they have provided that to us here.
We're a bit short, but it's a nice lineup, I think. And I think we gave all we had.
Yes.
We gave all we had. And I mean, these guys won fair and square. Great race, clean racing.
Oh,
just fantastic, I think.
yes. Many guys, many drives are so clean in here.
Oh, very good. I mean, good racing, nice racing,
Yes.
hard racing.
Hard racing too.
These guys.
Right, you too. Oh, that's very good racing here today. So actually, just to talk about the next race for the street circuit in Bangsan Street Circuit.
Yeah. Oh, well, we only need to go up 2 more places and then we're fine.
Right, okay.
So we want to win. So we got to talk to him a little bit.
All right. Okay. Last question, leave a comment to Thai fans for the next race here.
Okay, if you missed Buriram, I mean, that's one thing. But really, Bangsan, first weekend of July. Bangsan, if you can make it, please come. Please come. We love to have you there. It's a great event, great food, great fun, great racing, great track. Everything is great.
Yes, everything
So
great.
please come. And then if you cannot do that, they come in December back to Buriram.
All right. Thank you very much.
you.
Congratulations again for B-Quik Absolute Racing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, โอเค ไปอันดับ 2 กันต่อนะฮะ สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับ To the Bill Sumi.
Righto, so that's going to wrap up the interview there with the Absolute B-Quik Racing Porsches. And I can tell you, next up in terms of the coverage, ladies and gents, is going to be an interesting one. It always is. It's going to be the 36 Super Pickups Class A and B. That is always a barnstormer. 36 trucks, 36 big, heavy pickup trucks making their way around the circuit. It's going to be difficult to do. They'll squabble, they'll squirm, and they'll slide their way through 12 laps of racing action. We'll be back in just a few moments.
ท่านอาจจะใช้เวลาสุดสัปดาห์นั้นกับครอบครัวโดยการพาครอบครัวมาเที่ยวบุรีรัมย์ซึ่งเป็นเมืองที่สวยงามสามารถมาชมได้ฟรีเป็นการเปิดสักราชที่จะมีรถแข่งในทุกๆรุ่นมาพร้อมกันที่นี่
Well, ladies and gents, hello and welcome back to the final two categories of the afternoon, the evening, the night, the day. No matter where you're watching from right around the world, you are in for a special treat courtesy of the Thailand Super Series. racing action for this afternoon has been done with all the major classes. Now it's on to the minor classes, but there's nothing minor, Dan Yeaman, about Thailand Super Pickup. 36 cars are going to take to the track. Guess what? In the warm-up session, there were 60 cars across the two pickup cup classes, and they were all on track in the warm-up this morning. 60 cars on track at once.
It's a bit hectic. I mean, yeah, to say it's a minor category because it's not part of the TSS supercar categories, and therefore not under the sort of the separate branding of TSS, the Super Series, presented by B-Quik. It's more part of the general B-Quik Thailand Super Series, but that's, as you've sort of explained to me in the background, there's a whole pedantry and particularism about because of certain categories going to certain extra tracks and racing an extra time this year. They have to be sub-defined that way. But nevertheless, yeah, it's not the fastest car, it's not the most glamorous cars, but no, this is very much, I guess, almost unique to Thailand in the way that this racing has sort of come together. But this very much is one of the bigger, quite literally, the biggest category of this weekend, and presumably likely to be the biggest category for the rest of the year, barring new additions to the entry lists in future rounds.
Well, there was also a number of cars in Super Eco as well. I know there was a significant number of them. In terms of things, jump down and have a look. 3 in Super Eco Class C, 25 in C+, so there's 28. And Super Eco overall, another 4, so 32. So Super Eco is only just shorter than the numbers that we've got available for the other classes as well. Yeah, so all the pickups right across the weekend, 62 cars entered across all of those. Compacts was 22, and then the Ecos with 34 is probably the best way to sort of outline and describe it. My word, it's been an interesting weekend in terms of racing action. It's coming to the very, very tail end. And that looks like Sandy Stuvik actually from the outside of row number 1. In terms of things towards the front end of the field. It's going to make things exciting. They did get those cars well set up for Sandy for race number 2. And I tell you what, Jack Lemvard's only back in P6 as well. So the two Aurora Ford Thailand racing team cars did reasonably well. Reminder, though, that the fourth of the Ford Rangers won't be taking part in this afternoon's racing. Jalen Robotham has had to withdraw from the event with, unfortunately, failures in both of the classes of car for him across the course of the weekend. So that will continue to be told, and he's back here. I was actually chatting to him. He's actually back here for GT3 racing next weekend. So for those of you who don't know him and haven't seen him this weekend and potentially we're excited to do that, he will be back because he made the move earlier on in the year. It was only a couple months ago. He actually moved from Australia over to Thailand to pick himself up some more racing. And that very, very quickly evolved into a GT3 class drive in Asian GT3 categories, which is that's a huge move for any driver from Australia. It takes a lot of bravery to commit to that sort of a move, and it's paid off for him.
Yeah, that it will. I'm being told in the background to have a consider the weather a little bit there at the circuit, and it is now approaching 10 past 4 in the afternoon at the circuit. Actually, you can look up and literally don't even do conversions. It's on our timing screens. 10 past 4 local time, but it's looking a little dark there overhead as we continue to walk down the grid there. Sandy Stuvik out of the Audi R8 GT3 with a B-Quik Absolute racing team, and back with Aurora Ford Thailand Racing in his Ford Ranger. He's going to be starting off the front row today. Chance to potentially go for a race win there. Super Chai in number 7, Isuzu D-Max, going to start out of 3rd place for this one today. He's sharing that second row with a Longhorn off the grid. We're back to standing starts according to the schedule for these trucks. Unlike yesterday, which had a rolling start, although, let's see here, we're on the left-hand side of the grid. Is this the number 15? Yes, it is. So that means indeed the grid has been configured for standing start racing. As Tanapon there, another one of our Isuzu D-Maxes there. It is actually the Isuzu D-Max in its various models and year makes and such here. Scott, very much the most popular of the super pickups here on the grid in this category, at least up here in Class A and B. It's a little bit more diverse in Class C, but even so, it's still pretty popular. The good old Isuzu.
Yeah, and the reason for the popularity is that I can tell you the Australian made Isuzu D-Maxes are actually produced out of the company's Thailand plant. So the reason for the popularity is that the cars are actually built in Thailand. So it makes it very, very easy to love the brand when it's your homegrown brand. For us, that was Holden, that was Ford Falcon era in terms of things, the Australian production cars. So this is Thailand's version of that. So of course it's also going to be the most popular category. So for those of you watching along at home that might be from the Australian region or have seen the cult icon that is the supercars and Australian touring cars over the number of years, that's the reason for it. Homegrown icons, homegrown cars to get around, and there was a rivalry in each and every Australian home. I was the lone Ford supporter in my household for a number of years, and there were some words passed on race day about that. But for the guys over in Thailand, that's what it's all about. This is their homegrown brand. This is the closest to any other manufacturer, albeit Isuzu based the company's headquarters out of Japan, but the car's built in Thailand, and that's the key factor that attracts many to the Isuzu D-Max.
Well, I was going to say, I thought a fair few of these pickup trucks, or pickup truck, ute truck, whatever we're going to go with, they're exactly calling this, actually were made here in Thailand, including a couple of other brands. There's a couple of people on the road. Actually, the grid is starting to clear out now. I think we're about, what are we? We're about 1 minute, well, actually, we're about 30 seconds away from this scheduled start time for this one, but I haven't heard, actually, let me find my mouse, find the audio. I've got it turned way down. Can't actually hear anything from the circuit just yet on this feed. Wayne, I'm being told that we aren't hearing, because we usually start hearing the warning horns as we continue to head down the grid with the local trackside production team. Whilst also looking up at some of the drivers here. Although people moving away from the grid like that at a bit of a fair trot would suggest we're about to roll away here on this second last formation lap here tonight. Indeed, now looking at the last couple of drivers here towards the back of the grid. Actually, pardon me, that's P20 I've just looked at there. And as you know, there's 35 potential trucks that will start this one here to get our second last race of the day underway. The Ford Ranger back there. Actually, you don't see too many Ford Rangers because you have the bright blue Aurora Ford Thailand racing trucks. Also look a little different to some of the other ones out there this weekend. I mean, also interesting to me, Scott, is with these trucks here in Super Pickup. Some of them, they still look a lot like the original trucks. They don't modify them too much. You get things like those Ford Rangers with like big old front skirts on them. And side skirts down the edges, and then don't forget the rear wings off the back of the boot lids as the formation lap begins, and we begin to, also just drown the circuit in black soot once again.
So I've done some research on brands manufactured in Thailand. BMW, Daihatsu, Ford, General Motors, Honda, Isuzu, Mazda, Mercedes-Benz, MG, Mind Mobility, which is renewable energy business car, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Tata, Tyrung, Toyota, hence the amount of support for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, Vera, Volvo, and Yontrikit Motors is a large portion of it. But the biggest secondary factor when I look into the demographics of the Thailand car market is that it is the second largest producer and consumer of pickup trucks in the world. Hence, the large grid and the large support they're actually seeing here. And again, the brands that you're seeing as well, right? The Chevy out of the GM brand. So you see the Chevy Colorados, Mitsubishi's there. You see a few Mitsubishi Tritons. Ford, again, explains all the support Ford are funding through things as well. But I learned a lot about Thailand's car market, and I never thought I'd ever say that sentence in my life, Dan, and until the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, well, in theory, that means we're doing our job right. As we look here at the grid on screen for our final super pickup race for the D1 category, and there's a truck there with a windscreen wiper going. Also, Sandy Stuvik, whilst you were chatting away about market breakdowns and such for car manufacturers here in Thailand, there was some mad sideways action from the number 3 Ford Ranger, getting some serious heat, or at least trying to put some serious heat into his rear tyres, it seemed, as part of this warm-up phase. And he's got to get this right for a standing start as well. So that will be important here as drivers now finish off this formation lap before they'll have to park it back up on the grid. You can see here the personnel here all supporting Ford. Get the feeling a bunch of them are from the Corliss Race Engineering outfit, which, if I understand right, they help support the Aurora for Thailand Racing operation here in Super Pickup.
It's the Lenatech Ford CRE outfit. So there's quite a number of those cars throughout the weekend, including Damien Hamilton's Trans Am car as well.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, you see this at JLM races for Ford, CRE being Corliss Race Engineering, and Supervoot Racing, and Supervoot being presumably the primary sponsor, would be painted in a similar colour scheme, but slightly different to that of Annie Stuvik's here. In fact,
is that just me, or are we missing the 59 car?
Yeah, where's the pole sitter? Is he? Yeah, where has the 59 gone? Are we actually missing our pole sitter of all cars?
Well, that's going to mean, if anything, Sandy Stuvik's, well, I would still take the right-hand side of the road if I'm Sandy Stuvik.
Yeah, he's got to go to his assigned. He's got to go to his assigned grid box.
So now he's going to be the furthest car forward and on the inside. So that's a double dosing of, perfect circumstances.
Yeah, well, put that down for things you didn't expect to see. And right there down the back of the field, that was a... You know how he said Jalen Rutherford said he wasn't expecting to race at all this weekend? I think I've seen his truck there, right?
No, there's a second. There's a second forward. It's about 3/4 of the way down through it. It's Chase Chakras Parks.
Oh, that's Chase Chakras Parks. Okay. Well, that's me not getting that one right. So we have lost our pole sitter, which I thought was on the grid not that long ago. I'm being told no.
No. I think that's well, okay, there you go. Well, we have lost the pole sitter, and it was on the formation lap.
All right, well, they've been towed away from the circuit, so I think we're good to go racing. Yeah, green flags there all the way at the back of the field around turn 12. So we wait for the lights to come on screen, and it will be Sandy Stuvik to the inside now who gets to lead them away here in our penultimate race of the weekend. Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 is go as we lose half the field in black soot, but that's not really worth the point. Is it Super Chai around the outside who's going to get the whole shot run to turn 1. 3 wide for 4th in the background.
Yeah, so I think a long corn got through, so it'll be Thetafon Lemvard actually didn't get a great getaway. I think he's actually lost a whole bunch of spots as well. And no, there's Lemvard right there. It was the Ford that cut through to the inside of the racetrack, and now have a look at Stuvik. Stuvik's having to go chasing because guess what? Super Chai Kongman is leading this race as they run down to turn 3 for the first time. Now, Super Chai was quick yesterday, but did ail in the latter stages. Today, he's already sliding that truck. And that was the same attitude we saw out of the 7 truck yesterday.
Come through turn 3 here. Looks like they're going to get through all right for the first time. Although, lock up there. So is that Chase Chakras Parks, or is that? Yeah, that has to be. Yeah, Chakras Parks. He's fallen all the way to the back of the field, it seems. Yeah, so we've lost Suwat in the number 59 truck on the formation lap. And yeah, we never had Jalen Robotham to start. I just thought, maybe there's a possibility it happened. As how about there from the Ford supporters here. As though up the inside, Longcorn's taking P2 off of Sandy Stuvik here between turns 5 and 6 with a bit of an ambitious drive. But here comes Stuvik back to the inside for turn 8, maybe. They all lock on the curve for Longcorn. His Hankook semi-slicks not up to temperature and pressure yet, it seems, as Super Chai's run about 5 miles off the road there in between turns 8 and 9. And houses they now all pack up behind the number 7 here through turn 9 and 10. And it's going to be Stuvik back to 2nd place. Jack Lemvar, watch out for him in 5th, trying to get 4th.
Yeah, and Thanafon's the 15 truck that shoots through in 4th position at the moment. Already looking to cover to the right-hand side. The weaving in the background. I don't know if that's trying to get some tyre temperature. I strongly suggest it's not. To the outside. Lemvard at the final corner. Trying to go the long way around the 15 truck at Thanafon, and we'll get the timings now. And everyone will start to make a little bit more sense as they all start to drop into position. So it's Lemvard. Akasit's in 6th. Ekasit's in 7th. The 45 truck at Denawat. 8th, 9th will be Chinawat. Nanthawat and Chinawat will be 10th, as we now have the standings up on the screen for you, ladies and gents. And Superchai leads the way with one of the most active in the rear end cars in the field. He lights those rear tyres up so often, and again, Sandy Stuvik losing a little bit in terms of straight line speed. Here comes the long corn, who got alongside, got the job done. Thanafon trying to show his pace as well.
And don't forget, Aloncorn's not technically racing these guys. He's a Class B driver in Super Pickup. His nearest competition is Ekasit, who crossed the line back in 7th place to start this lap off. So he doesn't really need to race these guys, but he definitely looks like he's got that car dialed in for straight line speed, as here he comes for the outright lead around the outside of Super Chai. No, not going to happen in turn 4. Hung out a little high to dry there by the number 7. But we said about these kinds of trucks in Class A and Class B, they can add a bit of extra turbo pressure in to dial up the boost. It definitely looks like the 85 saved a bit of available boost and engine headroom for the end of the weekend here.
I tell you what, the Ford Ranger's doing a supreme job through the corners. They've really got those trucks dialed in. Now Sandy Stuvik's going to over-activate those rear tyres.
No!
The 2 Ford cars into each other. 3 into 2 doesn't make any room. Out goes Stuvik, and the 15 truck goes with him. And that's Stanifon. He's not in the gravel. Now the benefit is that these are trucks and they have a higher ride height, so they don't sit down on the deck, and I think they're both going to be able to get away.
Oh, man. We just mentioned the golden rule is don't hit your teammate, but then how's this? Jack Lemvard. Well, he does get
Lemvard.
He gets squished by the 15. The 15 rejoining the circuit, yeah, basically pinches the Lemvard into the middle of that one there, and then Sandy Stubik coming back across, not expecting the 15 of Tanafon to come back to the circuit that way. Left nowhere to go. There's another angle of the closing moments of that one. We saw Sandy in the very background of shot, able to put the hammer down and get back on track. Waiting to see if Tanafon can get back out, as also Anawat in the 95 has disappeared off. Timing wasn't up the front at that point, as we hear now some tyres screeching under brakes at turn 3. A Longcorn wants the lead, but Super Chai says no, not here at turn 3.
He's going to have another go, though, because he's really, really quick when they get out onto the straight. Now Super Chai's having a lot of problems, and that was 45 degrees to the racetrack as he lights the rear tyres up once more out of turn 3. And the stewards will say that the incident down at turn 8 is under investigation, but they both sort of come across the track at each other. So it won't be Lemvard, who currently sits 4th, that'll be under investigation for that one whatsoever. It'll be the other 2 drivers, and I think it's going to be the 15 that's probably going to receive the punishment for that one. And Thanafon, by the way, did not make it yet to the final sector. I think he might have just exited the track. There's an escape road down there at turn 8. I think he's just gone down it.
And it would appear to be the same for Anawat. Had a really bad sector 2 time. Oh, no, he's made it back to the pits as the number 95. So also same for the 99 of Kemaruch, one of our Mitsubishi Tritons in this field, has had to head to the pits. So that's been trouble there for him. Okay. Trying to limp that car back. That seems to have picked up some searing damage on the front end of that thing, unfortunately. So it did not get away freely from that one. As the leaders, though, race on by. Complete lap number 3 of this race. As there's Supercharger defending into turn 12 with try, and then just to get the power down, but he's got no grip, it seems, compared to a Longcorn, who then tries to get to the inside, but decides better of it. Outside will be where he makes his move, apparently, here at turn 1. Although I'm not sure he's going to be able to get there. But again, he seems to have the better straight line power. He should be able to absolutely monster pass, although a little slow off the turn. Did he perhaps not quite get the right gear for that? Because he's under a bit of pressure. No, he wasn't under pressure. Here he comes. Bang! It's a rocket ship of a truck, but covered again by Super Chai into turn 3.
And Nanthawat now is the 24 truck who's going to get involved in this one. Lemvard starting to lose a few spots. Might be ailing a little bit in terms of the turbo pressure. Nearly a whack now from Alon Corn as they get down to turn number 3. But they start to fire on through the 22. Tanawat's now found a whole bunch of space as well. And he's now going to move his way up into 4th spot. And now he's got the Isuzu D-Mac lights on as he starts to eye off the leaders just up ahead. And the 85 Alon Corn trying to get alongside of Sufachai as they head down into turn number 5 once more. And not over, not settled. 3 laps in the book and most of a 4th.
New driver for P3, just got to confirm who it is. There 24. In the background of shot, it is the 22 truck of Tanawat, who's joined the party and eclipsed both Jack Lemvard. Actually, he's jumped up from P6. He's got past Ekasit, Nuntawat, Jack Lemvard, and Aloncorn here. So he's made up actually 4 spots on this lap, which is looking 4 spots, 3 spots there. So done a very nice job of houses there. 1, 2, 3, and then go back 4, 5, 6, 7 in pretty rapid succession here at this stage. They are also apparently lapping at quite comfortable pace ahead of the field as there you go, dancing on the way towards the braking zone is Aloncorn in the 85. Here you go, tries to cross over Superchai at the final turn. But initial power down is pretty even, but just watch this here. They grab a gear all of a sudden, and then here comes the 85. He got held up on the outside on this last time. Can he get to the inside? He knows he wants the inside. He knows he needs the inside, but Superchai parks the bus. And here comes Tanawat in that 22. It's a long way around for that Class A truck there. Don't forget again, Aloncorn's not officially racing any of these guys, I'm pretty certain. He has his own points to worry about. He doesn't want to hear any of that. No, that's very true. Not close enough this time. Will park himself inside to protect the run into turn 3.
I think Aloncorn's doing enough to try and get himself promoted into Class A for next season, just on the raw pace alone as it currently stands. And again, the rear just stepping out enough for Superchai that he can turn that truck and start to pick it up and point it in the right direction. Here comes Aloncorn, has managed to get himself alongside this time. No, shuts the door, Superchai. Here comes the 22. Tanawat's going to have a go. Tanawat's going to succeed. It's changed for P2. And now the 24 truck of Nanthawat's going to be sitting there thinking about things and looking at any way to find an opportunity. Lemvard drops back to 5th. I wonder whether or not there might be an opportunity for him in the back half of the lap.
Have a quick look at that one there again. And yeah, I think just Superchai parking that one up there into turn 4 just completely shuts the runoff for Aloncorn there. And as a result, makes that probably one of the easier passes that for Tanawat that he could have asked for in that race. As they work their way up through turns 6 and 7 here. Still squabbling over every inch of the track they can get. Jump forward as they come out of turns 10 and 11 here. And watch as this pack continues to squabble. And there's more packs further on back here in the field, of course. These trucks don't... well, they separate out into packs, but there's never odds of a truck being completely on its own. Low, to say the least.
Supremely. The thing is, Dan, 36 cars means 36 cars to go racing with, and you could pick any one of them to go racing with. At the moment, we've still got that huge pack up at the front end of town. And now to the inside in the background to the inside of Jack Lemvard. I think that's Ekasit who's going to try and get to his inside. Might even be Sirachai. And the 25 truck is deep in the track. That's some tyre smoke or maybe some engine oil being blown out the rear end of that car, which was the other of the Fords. That's Chase Chakras Parks, who's going to drop through the standings and unfortunately potentially end up retiring out of this race. But Superchai again to lead the way. He's just doing enough to defend. He's braking capacity down at the end of the back straights, what's keeping him ahead at the moment. Mid-corner speed's not impressive, and there's Sandy Stuvik with that huge amount of impact on the front bump split up. That's dragging on the ground, not creating a bunch of pace for him.
Well, he's making do for now. Back at the start-finish line here, dropped down to P13. Actually not as far as you might think. And speaking of things, the actual incident that he was involved in was reviewed, but no further action deemed necessary by the stewards for that one there. So something to keep an eye on now as in all of this, Jack Lemvard's dropping like a ton of bricks. He was only 4.5 seconds off the race lead at the line last time by. And I'm going to check back in further down the field. So we've got here Stanley Stuvik there in that bright blue Ford Ranger. You then got the 29 truck of Jarras, and I believe it's the 45 of Danawat potentially there on the outside. Yep, it would be indeed. The number 5 in behind them of Nuttawut. How's that there? For trying to hang it around the outside, it's not particularly worked all too well for Jarras, and that number 29. Isuzu D-Max, although he's still got the inside for the final turn. No, he's been cleared by Sandy Stuvik. So that's another spot gained for the Aurora Ford Thailand Racing Ford Ranger on an attempt to come back through the field. As a black and white flag for exceeding track limits is handed out to Jack Lemvard in the sister Ford Ranger. So not having a good time there is the 41.
Yeah, difficulties for that car, unfortunately. And as Lemvard starts to ail back through the field, and the tyres going away from him just a little bit. By the way, fastest lap of the race last time by for a long corn Seitung.
That's all right.
Well, now back up to the front and we'll have a look at it. Aloncorn's managing to go with the race leaders that currently stands. It's a 7 truck from the 22 and the 85. So it's incredibly tied up at the front. And yet again, the 22 is starting to come back. So the tyres on the number 7 is wide, though, very, very deep in. At turn 5 is going to present an opportunity to the 85 machine. And here comes the 24 truck into the back of shot as well for Nanthawat and Surachai. Don't forget the 89 machine. Ran strong yesterday in this class as well, although at the moment it's about 3 seconds off the rear bumper of these guys. So it's right now 4-way fight for the lead. And there is Surachai in the background starting to come back towards these guys.
Top 4 now very much on their own by the looks of things. Scott Nanthawat almost seems to be just happily holding back in P3. Let these guys go hammer and tongs because, oh my goodness, Tanawat's driving all of the track and then some. In fact, he's driven too much of the track. Going to be vulnerable to an attack at turn 12. No, Aloncorn backs it off.
Oh.
Focuses on a better entry, it seems. Yeah, better entry indeed. Will definitely translate to a better exit to start off with, but these trucks are a little bit cumbersome, but he's got the run. And then that speed we've seen from the 85 all race long. Up the inside. Turn 1 is his. And he should be able to now power away down towards turn 3 and go back after Superchai for that race lead.
So you just look at... Oh, that was a squeal of tyres. And the reason for that's the 87 truck. Now facing in the wrong direction. That's Perk Lerton Pong of Class B, who was out of 23rd place last time by. Will now change things up as the 22 machine struggles to pull the rear end of that truck up, and he was having braking problems.
No. I think there's something coming out the exhaust of that one as well.
I don't think it's exhaust. I think it's brakes. I think it's rear brakes. And now, finally, Aloncorn's going to get alongside and make contact on the run down into turn 4. Exits the track, forced to rejoin, does so in behind race leader. And Aloncorn won't be happy with that one.
It's absolutely bonkers, these two, as to how much biffing, barging, elbows out is happening here. Still got another 4.5 laps to this thing. They're on lap 8 right now, 12. Superchai continues to have no straight line speed compared to Aloncorn. And then he throws it in too deep at turn 8. That's going to, well, not make it close enough. But, oh, did Aloncorn want to have a go? Oh, camera's switched to another shot there. Apologies.
Stuvik's coming his way back through the field as well. He's up to 11th spot, and I think that might have been another spot picked up. I think Stuvik's going to be back inside the top 10. What was his last lap time? Was 59.4, so he's faster than a bunch of the cars around him. The leaders, by the way, ran 2:01s as they get to the start-finish line right now. So, yeah, look at the pace fall off. So Stuvik might have looked after his tyres at just the right time. I mean, there's damage on the front end of that truck, which isn't helping. But if Sandy Stuvik can continue to look after those tyres quite well, as he currently is, as another track pulls to the wayside, and there's an oil flag out, and is that still the machine that we saw that was in the 22 machine? hasn't made it back to the start-finish line. So that was in the background of that shot. I think it might have been the 22 machine.
And Tanawat's dropping down the timesheets as more lock breaks on corner entries here seem to be coming from a fair few drivers. Focusing in on this battle now, just in and around P10, 44 of Samon. Trying to hold off Nuttawut in 11th.
213, Samon, but good point on that car.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a shock up on that last lap. And try and gather it back up and keep on racing. Hey, Stuvik, though, you said he's been managing his tyres. I think he's just dropped a spot to Danawat in all of this. Something not quite right with the number 3 Ford Ranger. Yep, he's dropped a spot, definitely, that's for sure there in that one. But the fighting for P10, technically almost P9 even if someone gets onto the back of Jarrus. In front of him in that nice bright yellow truck, the number 29 here today. Wind their way up towards turns 8 and 9 once again, Scott.
Yeah, and our race leaders are actually due at the start-finish line anytime about now, and they've just come across. So all of a sudden, along corn starting to fall off as maybe the turbo's starting to overheat just a little bit. And they start to slip back from your race leaders. Lemvard's starting to come back into the picture, by the way. He's back up to 5th place at this point in time. Ran a 2-minute flat last time by. It took 2 seconds out of the car ahead of him, which will be 4th, and that is Surachai. So the field starts to spread out and things start to change. Right now, we are looking at some of the bigger battles, and the biggest one at the moment would be Ekaset and Chinawat for 6th and 7th, the 2 closest trucks to each other, about 0.8 of a second in that one. The 44 truck as well starting to close back in, as is the 5 truck on the 44. So 23 and the 2 was Chinawat and Ekaset. We were just talking about 0.8 of a second between these guys. So probably an adept moment to go and have a look at the battle that's going on here for what is 6th spot, because the 23 truck just received a warning for track limits, and a lock up in the background as well. That'll be the next truck through, which will be Akrasit, who's just ahead of Jarrus. So 81 truck, and he's run wide there as well.
Meanwhile, back up at the front, it's certainly gone from being a fight for the lead to Superchai now carving out a gap for his own, 2.8 seconds back at the line on this particular lap. So lost a couple of hundredths to a long corn, as there's the message confirming that one there for the number 23 truck of Chinawut. And he's now got no more track limits to play with, 3 at least. As almost as if this whole thing has settled down. I mean, saying that, Nuntawut, Surachai have all suddenly disappeared off the back of a long corn here, whilst we're looking a little further down the field. So that does mean there isn't as much of a fight here overall. The speakers, there you go, leaning through turn 10. These trucks definitely put their Hankook semi-slicks through a bit of the ringer. And they also are reasonable. Well, actually, no, they do have a bit of a profile to them. Sidewalls are decently thick on these ones. They obviously do sit a little lower than the typical truck, but nevertheless, all of that stuff there. There's your top 5 now all across the line on that last particular lap. As we get this penultimate lap, number 11, underway. And the fighting continues a little bit further in behind there, in and around the top 10. As well as we start with Chinawut and Ekaset here for 6th.
Just having a look at a few lap times. I think there's the 29 truck of Jarrus is probably something we need to keep half an eye on. The 23 truck of Chinawat versus Ekaset. Once again, Ekaset's now got to run as he tries to go around him, and there's another truck that's going to buy into this equation as well. The 23 truck's out of power. So he might be taking a quick exit stage left as he gets to the end of the back straight. So that was then, I think that was the 23 truck of Chinawat going by him. And now you're going to see Jarrus and Simon cut their way through as well. And yep, there's a little bit of steam coming out the front end of that truck, so that's overheating. And they'll try and roll that one away off the side of the track and keep that one out. 2 laps left to run, which means the next time by for Superchai, he will pick up the final lap board of the weekend for this class. And he's on the run through some lap traffic down through 9, 10, 11 as well. So running out of time for Aloncorn to go and challenge him. Aloncorn's just got to make the finish line at this point in time. And we've seen weirder things happen throughout the weekend, so don't guarantee that one in just yet. And there's the shot. Super chart. Up and out of the fast chicane at the tail end of the lap. And that didn't look like as much of a margin as I thought it was before. So I reckon Aloncorn's found some time again.
He gained a second in Sector 1. Lo and behold, the straightaways, he might have just turned the truck back up again.
Oh, it's coming!
Oh, it's happened! Right at the line!
Oh, it wasn't the truck I said, but I said that something could happen on the last lap in the trucks, and it always, always does. Now it's the 85 truck. Hasn't led a lap thus far. Might just lead the last one and see the smoke pouring out the rear end of the 7 truck. Where's Nanthawat? Has he already cut his way through? He's very, very close. He's on the run here, and he might make the time back up. Here comes Aloncorn. Your B-class driver might take line honours, but hold the phone, because there's 3/4 of a lap left to go and anything can still yet happen.
Refuse to say anything on the grounds of making sure you don't trip yourself up. That's probably a reasonable statement to make at this point now. What with all the madness that's happened here today. Looking to see here, 38-second opening sector for Superchai. He will now definitely be back somewhere around 4th. And that thing it's just a sick cough coming out. I guess they go. Jack Lemvard's going to cruise on by it, make that now 4th place for the number 41. That's easy. So he's lost 16 seconds already and then some. But yeah, for Aloncorn, he was poking and prodding and trying to find a way past for several laps, and it might just have been handed to him on a silver plate. Still got 4 turns to go. Here as he rounds up through turns 8 and 9. One final run down the straight back to the final corner and the turn to see the checkered flag. The final time in Division 1 for Thailand Super Pickup this weekend. And that looks to more or less be his now, with one final braking zone and corner to go.
Yeah, and he harassed, he harangued, and he was a part of that battle for as long as he possibly could have. And at the start of the last lap, he wasn't even in with a hope. But it does not matter, for the 85 picks up the race win in the final race of the weekend for the class. And there's another truck there that I don't think is going to make it home. The 24 truck comes home. Nanthawat picks up P2. And we look and wait back for who's going to pick up P3. It's going to be Suachai. And then Lemvard comes home with 4th.
Yeah,
it always happens.
Absolute coast. Now, how's that there? So we've got Class B winning, Class B driver and Aloncorn winning the race. Surachai second in class, 3rd outright. Ekasit. Actually, we've got BA, BA, BA for the top 6. As Superchai is going to limp across the line and will make it home. And that's going to be 9th place still for your number 7 machine. Having started in what was 3rd place on the grid, led the open part of the race, and Aloncorn is a happy man by the shake of that fist. And hey, I like seeing them for 85 win. That's my number's sake that I like to use online. So good on him.
Post-race
totally
85.
Yeah, you'd like to give that, wouldn't you?
Dan, it wouldn't be me as a commentator if I didn't try and give some banter to my co-commentator. You know that. You've worked with me long enough, so...
Yeah, I have. I've even had to silently deal with it. Now at least I can throw it back at you, at least for a change.
Ah, my word. Phenomenal racing, as it always is, and the second last class of the weekend is now done for the weekend. Your overalls was Aloncorn from Nanthawat from Surachai, and your Class A drivers was actually Nanthawat from Jack Lemvard from Jarris, who finished in 6th place in Class A. In overall, gets the podium in Class A. Class B, Aloncorn from Surachai from Ekasit. My word, close racing right throughout, and you also have to make sure the car makes the start-finish line on the final lap of the race in position to count. And sometimes, as Superchai found out, you can just take a little too much out of the car with all the battling that's going on.
Well, in saying that, it almost felt like Aloncorn's truck, with the way it was absolutely hoovering up the straight lines, would be the truck that maybe looked a little, could have been vulnerable towards the end of that one there. But it was not, and he'll happily take home a win. I do like all of this, actually, the pattern work. It was a class B, then A, then B, then A, then B, then A for the top 6. Your next 6 cars, then A, then B, A, then B, A, then B. So they apparently had this whole thing going. They wanted to go back and forth between the class drivers, but race highlights here from Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 to close off their racing for the weekend. Well, their drivers keen to go racing here today. But as we'll see, we lost the pole sitter of all people on the formation lap. And then it was Super Chai on the racing line getting a superior start to Sandy Stuvik. And so even though he had the inside, Scott, it was not going to be his lead to have early on in this race.
Yeah, no, it's about this number 7 that got away early on. Alon Korn tried to go with him, and you'll know that by the tail end of the race, that did actually mean a whole bunch. It was this move, though. Lembard sensed an opportunity, sensed an opening, as did the 15 truck, because Sandy Stuvik got off of turn 7 not all that well, and that led to contact down at turn 8. The 15 turned in from a long way wide there, and Stuvik able to get that car out of the gravel and keep it going. I don't think the front end of Stuvik's car was actually damaged at that point in time, so he's picked up further damage throughout the race, contact with another car, I get the feeling. Final lap, and on the start of the final lap, it was the 7 that led the way. The 85 led it precisely 1 lap. Guess what? Last lap of the race.
And it's the one that matters indeed. And so it would be Alon Korn taking the win there in the number 85 for next to MK Sport. And, well, yeah, as we've got our producer typing in the chat, that will be the penultimate race of the weekend done. But we have ourselves one more category of trucks to get through this one here. As we're expecting all these interviews here to be in Thai, so we won't be able to get much out of them for you, unfortunately, as Goody chats with the podium here. And it will be Thailand's Super Pickup Division 2, our Class C trucks, who will be racing here very shortly. Final notes from race control from that one. The number 44 of Samon, who finished the race in 10th. And the number 45, which is the Dana White, finishing 12th. Their team managers have been told to report to race control at the, well, now. And what are we looking at here? Hit exit for this, for D2 trucks to open in about 5 minutes time. So I think given that we can't unfortunately explain much with the interviews here, Scott, we may take a break. I know we'll have to see what we do here, because race start for Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 starting at 10 past 5 local time. It is currently 10 to 5 local time at the circuit. It's about 20 minutes away from the final green flag of the weekend here.
ขอบพระคุณแสดงความดีอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับและอันดับ 1ในสนามนี้นะครับกับอลงกรณ์แซ่ตั้งนุ่มเองสุดยอดเลยนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่หนุ่มเองครับตื่นเต้นพี่ไม่รู้จะพูดยังไงเพราะว่าจริงๆเป้าหมายไม่ได้วาดฝันว่าจะจบที่1 overall เลยคือคุณทั้ง1 อและ1 B ด้วยนะใช่ครับ1 1 B แต่ก็อาจจะต้องเสียดายกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยนะพี่เบสเห็นอยู่ครับว่ามองกระจกอยู่ตลอดนะครับที่เพื่อนกำลังตามมานะฮะแต่ก็วันนี้มันปลดล็อกอะพี่คือ1 นี่มันเป็นอะไรที่ผมใฝ่ฝันมานานแล้วใช่นะฮะแล้วก็วันนี้ผมทำได้ไงผมก็เลยดีใจมากครับผมมันก็ต้องมีส่วนลดกันอย่างเลยนะครับผมโอเคฝากถึงแฟนที่เชียร์สำหรับในสนามหน้าด้วยครับพี่หนุ่ยครับครับผมสนามหน้าที่บางแสนนะครับอยากให้ทุกคนไปดูกันเยอะๆผมบอกเลยความมันความเร้าใจของกระบะเนี่ยมันสุดยอดจริงนะนะฮะเพื่อนๆได้ดูจากทางถ่ายทอดไปแล้วอยากให้ไปดูที่สนามกันเยอะๆเพราะว่าอะไรมันมากเมื่อสักครู่เห็นไหมฮะสับกันขึ้นสับกันลงใช่แต่เราระวังกันตลอดนะครับไม่ใช่ว่าเราไม่ระวังนะครับไม่อยากหลีกเลี่ยงการปะทะทุกอย่างนะครับก็คือทำดีที่สุดแล้วใช่ครับผมเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้ก็ถือว่าต้องแสดงความยินดีกับพี่หนุ่มเม้งอีกทีนึงขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่หนุ่มเม้งนะครับอลงกรณ์แซ่ตั้งที่1ในรุ่นนี้นะครับแล้วรุ่นต่อไปความมันนี่ไม่แพ้กันเลยนะครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to step away for just a few moments to conclude today's racing action of the weekend. Your final class of the weekend. On the other side of this, your D2, the C-Class drivers in your Thailand Super Pickup.
ท่านอาจจะใช้เวลาสุดสัปดาห์นั้นกับครอบครัวโดยการพาครอบครัวมาเที่ยวบุรีรัมย์ซึ่งเป็นเมืองที่สวยงามสามารถมาชมได้ฟรีเป็นการเปิดศักราชที่จะมีรถแข่งในทุกๆรุ่นมาพร้อมกันที่นี่
Well, ladies and gents, hello and welcome back for the final race of the first weekend for 2024's Thailand Super Series. In 12 laps time, we bid adieu to Buriram International Circuit, and then we begin the 2-month wait to take ourselves to the Bang Seng Grand Prix, the jewel in the Thai racing calendar. There'll be endurance racing from there all week long. And there'll be a ton of other stuff going on as well. It's always an amazing race to be at. Like you said, heard from the end of the GT3 racing action, Marcus Winkelhock was incredibly disappointed that he wouldn't actually be able to make the race, which was that was an interesting take on things as it stands. But we are here for the final time this afternoon, and the walk down through the 24 trucks that make up C-Class. And it's going to be another interesting race to finish us off. The uniquest category in the world. And there's a reason there's 60 cars that take to racing action. And for the final time this weekend, it's my pleasure to be Scott Rankin off alongside of Dan Yeaman as a part of the Australian broadcast crew to bring you the English language coverage. And we don't often say it enough, I think, a part of this series, but a big thank you to Jay Kennedy, who's on our behind-the-scenes coverage in terms of things as well. So big shout out to Jay that joins us and covers things so that you get all the footage. He's been working away tirelessly all weekend. Normally a pretty easy job for this sort of side of things, but with the fact that we have to do a lot of switching between the different streams, it's not quite as easy as that. So it hasn't been the easiest job for the weekend, so we do say a big thank you to everyone that's part of the broadcast crew and to the Thailand Super Series staff on the ground over in Thailand, all the marshals that have been supporting things. There's been a few flyers put out this weekend up and down pit lane. To the guys monitoring track limits up in race control, they have been busy as they always are. It's never an easy job to be fulfilling, so a big shout out to everyone on the ground in Thailand, allowing us to bring you the footage that we do. Righto, ladies and gents. And the C-Class race today. The C-Class race yesterday was phenomenal, was interesting, was exciting. You're going to get a little bit more of that to finish things off for the day. But in the meantime, starting things off nice and simply, I think.
Well, yes, Goody down here on the grid doing the pre-race interviews with some of our drivers up towards the front of this field, as we usually do. And I think also, talking about thanks, obviously, you mentioned, obviously, Jay with us here, who's adding in some of the extra videos and splash screens when we take short breaks, as well as our little commentary tags there for those who haven't quite picked up on our names. But also noting that this is all made possible thanks to speedcafe.com here in Australia as well. Also live on their social media page. We've been monitoring the Thailand Super Series YouTube broadcast chat, but Speed Cafe and their current partners and sponsors are the team that actually pick up the deal to actually broadcast the series in English, and they're the ones who come and grab us to actually invited us to come and do the commentary last year and keep doing it this year. So yeah, without them and without their sponsors here on screen, Truck Assist, R&J Batteries, Tyre Plus, Super Cheap Auto, KTM, Maguire's, Wash It, and Welcome Short Performance, along with Pertec, Mobile One, Michelin, Kin Chrome, that's the AASA, I think it is, yeah, AC Delco, Authentic Collectibles, and that would be Speed Cafe itself there as well, as part of all the brands and partners that help make Speed Cafe as the media company that we know possible here. So, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, as well as the fact that, yeah, we're getting this feed directly from Thailand, the local broadcast team, able to put this one together for us without adding in the local commentary feed, so that we can talk in on top of what we're seeing at the track and what we're hearing at the track as well. So, yeah, a whole bunch of moving parts. We haven't properly thanked them all, as you said, Scott, so definitely a chance to, and well, a moment definitely say thank you to all of them here and now before this final race of the weekend.
It's I brought up on being thankful for a whole bunch of different things, and I always like to pay that back when and where I can. So an opportunity to do so at the tail end of the day is never a bad thing. And a big shout out to everyone that's joined us right throughout the weekend on YouTube. I know we've had a number of people that have joined us here for, I think it's the fourth or fifth time I'm now seeing them out in YouTube chat over the course of the coverage that we've done. Fans watching along. I mean, if you guys weren't enjoying the racing, we wouldn't be sat here as well as the other side of that coin. It's always worth saying a big thank you. So to everyone who supports racing action, big old thank you very much for being a part of our lives across the weekend, keeping us entertained throughout the broadcast coverage. Right, so we're in the gridding phase now, up to the 90 car. So this is all the way back, is Sang Chai at a 9th position on this start. So we're getting through the last few minutes here of the gridding phase, and you'll hear probably the siren be going off. I think we just got the 3-minute board as well as 5 minutes. Sorry, so that's perfectly timed in terms of things. 5 minutes before we go rolling off from the gridding formation. 4 more minutes of cool air being pumped into these cars and the drivers being cooled off. And that's the 51 truck, who was due to start out of 21st spot. Methuen Siraritical out of the tail end of the field, driving for the Isuzu new D-Max car. So that's an interesting one to be seeing wheeled off the tail end of the field.
Unfortunate there, Scott. There's another truck, unfortunately. Well, this case being pulled off the grid rather than breaking down on the formation like we saw for our Class A, or D1, I should say, pole sit-up. So, unfortunately, attrition has been the name of the day today, the name of the game today, I think, really, more than anything else. We've seen a lot of trucks, unfortunately, breaking down. And not just trucks, cars across various categories, unfortunately, have had failures. I mean, heck, I keep mentioning it before the Super Pickup D1 races and also the Supercar GTM race. That Jalen Rudolph hasn't had a chance to race at all, despite having had 2 races planned for himself. So it's definitely been a rough weekend out for many. And as you said, there's now a whole 2 months until this racing returns on the streets of Bang Sen, which is quite a wait, of course, but yeah, basically a full week of racing, actually said, with a bunch of the special endurance races that held there. Basically, it's a full-on festival in that city, but got to enjoy the racing here at on the track here at Chang International Circuit, I think, before we can really start talking about the future, despite all of the hints and teasers we've heard about so far this weekend from Goody in a couple of those interviews.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to round us out here too, ladies and gents. So I hope you've got yourself bolted in for the final time for the weekend. We're starting to see action from the tail end of the field as well, which means that we are getting ever closer to getting things out of the way. All right. What's left in terms of racing action? Not very much is the way to look at things, but towards the tail end, Charwatt and the 28 truck starting out of 20th position. The next truck that we were due to see was that 51 truck, but it's been wheeled away, which means the 20th promote will be the next truck. And you can see the graphics obviously a little bit confused at this point in time as well, because good reason for that. We're just about done for the weekend. Right. What else have we got to sort of think about and talk about? I don't think there's much left really, is there, Dan? We're just about done. We're getting through the final moments.
Yeah, just waiting on, you can see most of the supporters, staff and everything vacating the grid. Scheduled green flag time is in 1.5 minutes, so we should see these trucks pull away probably from their formation lap here in the next minute or so for this one here. And then, yeah, formation lap and 12 more laps to conclude the night. Actually, quickly go and grab the results from this opening, or the first race of the weekend for these guys here. Actually, speed through this one. So it was number 18 of Kitapong, Nipapan, the D-Tax Max Thailand racing team. It's going to start this race in 5th place, sorry. He was going to be looking to defend that race win. So there's the 1 minute board and sign. So, yeah, and the start engine instruction over there at the timing stand, also the flag stand as well, off to what was the left of screen. So not long now before we get this formation lap underway. Akachat Miprom, also another Isuzu all-new D-Max, SMK Akana MK Sport. Let's see here, Akachat starting at a 4th, just in front of your race 1 winner last week.
Were they
something in the background caught your eye, Scott? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Arun Thingrunsi was set to start 17th place in the BDF Racing Chonburi MK Isuzu D-Max. But unfortunately, that's a second truck now lost from Pickup Division 2, unfortunately. So not gone all too well, it seems, here for some of these trucks as they've been looking to fire them up and get them on the ready to go for the formation lap, which, speaking of which, begins any second now. And they'll be led off by the number 50 of Nutapong. He'll be looking to convert that pole position into a good result because he finished 5th in race 1. And it's now his turn to lead the field away as we get this final formation lap of the weekend, Scott, underway.
Yeah, a few different processes you can see from a couple of different drivers to get themselves rolling. It was the guy off 2nd place, Tanawat, and the Mazda BT50. That decided to get rolling a little bit easier, be kinder to the drivetrain and the tyres away from there. A little bit less heat in the tyres, but maybe not quite so much heat through the engine and looking after things as well. Final time, we'll take a look at the Chang International Circuit track map. Sector 1, the long run from the start-finish line all the way down past the kink. Sector 2 from turn 3 all the way down to turn 6, and then the remainder of the lap equates to Sector 3. The Ventus RS4 Hankook continuing to be such a major supporter, a major part of the Thailand Super Series with their tyre factory in Thailand itself. And that's the reason that they are used above any other, because quality tyres made right at home. Starting grid, Nutapong from Thanawat, Saranyu from Agachak, Kittapong, Krokpong, Itasak, Tanasai, Sangchai in 9th, Warapat in 10th, Wudachai and Arnafap in 11th and 12th. Then we'll throw it back to Kittasak and Tirasak, Pisset and Somnuk out of 15th and 16th. Aaron, Supermong, Cole, Pichai and Chai Watt out of your top 20. Then we'll throw it over to Method when it got wheeled away from the grid from Pramont, Crid and Wataya towards the tail end of the field. That's your 24 drivers that are going to be making the start for this one, albeit a couple drivers wheeled away from the starting grid.
Good to see we have another one of the onboard cameras here, it seems. The number 18 of Kittapong, your race winner from yesterday's action in this Thailand Super Pickup D2 category. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see this during the racing action here on this broadcast feed as well. As you can see, coming up towards turns 8 and 9 and just doing a couple of checks of the belts there. Also obviously keeping a hand on the wheel most of the time. And hey, looks like he's aware of what's up there. Good to see you there, Kittapong. Hopefully another good one out there for you.
Ride? The dip at turn 10. That's that onboard sort of really best tells the story. So, you know, that's a key part of that one.
You have to wonder, is it the team telling him that it's, oh, by the way, you're on camera, give us a wave? Or
I wonder if he can see it on a board somewhere around the circuit. By the way, I've just reliably been informed that the Thailand cricket team is actually playing games against Indonesia all weekend. So they've actually won against Indonesia earlier today. Indonesia won, so we're playing a series of games since Wednesday. Thailand won the first game, 137 runs for 8 wickets, was not chased down by Indonesia. The second game, Thailand was bowled out for 90. That was back on Thursday. That was chased down 4 wickets down by Indonesia. Indonesia set a target of 126 on Saturday, so yesterday, and Thailand got to 93-9 down at the completion of their 20 overs. Won today, 145 for 9 they set, and Indonesia did not chase it down. Final game of that series to be played tomorrow, so that's an even split, so that will be a tiebreaker. So I'll be watching the Thailand versus Indonesia cricket scores tomorrow, just to be a little bit more of a Taiwanese sports fan.
I'm not sure.
A Thai sports fan. Yeah,
that was definitely not the right one. I'll excuse you on the only grounds that it's been a bit, well, we've been at this for nearly 9 hours today, as the green flag will be given at the back of the field, so we now just wait for the 5 red lights to come up on the timing gantry and for them to go out. When they're gone, this final race of the weekend is underway for Thailand Super Cup D2. Your pole sitter's gone basically nowhere by the looks of that shot initially as we look further on back. And indeed, it's nowhere. It's going to be Saranyu off P3.
Oh, he's not going to drive. He's not going to drive. They're all going to come in and nearly get hit by that car that was stuck in the middle of the field. He went nowhere. You're right, Dan. They've managed to somehow get out the other side. So whatever it was, drivetrain issues, couldn't pick the gear, was bogging down no matter what. I think they finally managed to get drive just before they got out of turn 1. So it was the 54 machine with Saranyu. I saw first pop up on the timing screens when they got down to the end of sector 1. And I think they're going to lead the way. So it was the 78 machine. Didn't get a great getaway either.
Into turn 3, watching the wide shot here as all the drivers make it through by the looks of things without too much drama. There's your pole sitter. Drop from first to third as Nutapon. And in behind him, your race 1 winner for the pick up D2 category in Kittapong Nipapan. Let's see if he can chase past the number 50. In fact, there you go. Doors open into turn 5 straight away here on lap 1. To the inside, that's offered up. He'll take P3 in the space of half a lap. He's going to still chase down the top 2, of course. in the form of Sarah New and Tanawat. But nicely done there. Kitapong already up 2 spots, and there you go. One of our Mitsubishi Tritons here. Yeah, that would probably be correct, Pong. And the number 9 as, big failure there. Who have we got there? Unfortunately, 26
machine
of Tassanal Jaimun. That Isuzu has unfortunately let go. Turbocharger perhaps has just completely gone poofed. That looks like it was mostly coming out the exhaust pipe there.
Yeah, I think that was turbo smoke. I think you might be right on that one, Dan. So it looked like oil on the turbocharger. Either way, that's let go in a real hurry, and trucks weaving all over the road trying to find a little bit of tire temperature, trying to find a little bit of track space as they get down to the final corner. Right, first time by. Race leader Sarah New got through to the head of the field. 34 of Akachak follows him through. The 18, Kitapong, and now the 50 of Nulapong drops all the way back down to 4th. Krekpong to 5th. The 30 of Inasak in 6th. The 90 of Sangchai, and we're on board with the 18, who currently rides in 3rd spot for Kitapong. He's got some work to do, but at the moment he's trying to defend from Nutapong to the inside.
Covering down that inside indeed as they make their way up towards turn number 3, but looks like he's got a bit of a margin there. As you know there, that digital display there on the left-hand side of the dash there, number going down but going red as they built up speed. Going up but going green on the acceleration. I wonder what that would have to do, but given there's one thing these trucks have to carefully monitor, and that's the maybe something to do with the soot coming out of the exhaust pipes, although we only usually see that down either lifting off the throttle or initial acceleration. But eyes on this fight for 3rd because Nutapong's not done yet. He wants to try and get back to 3rd place, it seems. That's going to only hold up this number 18 machine. Is going to try and get these trucks into turn 6. That took like 2 or 3 bites of the cherry there from the 18 to make it work.
Yeah, finally though it gets the job done, but have a look at the margin. The front 2 have skipped clear at the moment. Saranyu and Akachat trying to skip down the road. I mean, keep your eyes on the correct point machine. I'm trying to look for in the background the number 9. That would be one of the next few through the 58 machine. So we're looking down around the 7th, 8th, 9th sort of range at the moment with this group. And trying to keep half an eye. I think they've actually made quite a few moves. So I think the order that we saw last time at the flag stand has significantly changed. We're going to get a big update this time by. Fastest lap of the race is going to come through, and it will be Agachat that sets it as trucks start to file in the background. Oh, it's just been eclipsed by the truck down in 5th spot, which would be Super Moncol in the number 58 machine, which we're just having a look at. And yeah, it's a big one as they start to try and move their way through. For that 58 truck, he's taken 3 seconds of the next 2 trucks on the road. So he's hauling, and now the
34
turbo goes on the 34.
Akachat. That unfortunately might be able to limp that one back to the background of the pits. It's going to be a long and painful lap for him to be able to do that. But just, yep, poof. And by the looks of things, nope, he'll be looking for the first exit off of the track there. It seems to clear his way. So Kitapong up to 2nd, but he's got at least a 4-second margin to now worry about. And also, where are the 2 trucks that were just behind him that have gone to? At least the gap behind him actually was nearly a second, so maybe more of an answer is, yeah, Nutapong in the 50 is there, but where's Super Moncol gone in the 58? Sector 1 was good. Sector 2. There's been issues for Super Moncol in Sector 2 as well.
Yeah, he's not come through yet. He's lost 3 spots, 4 spots minimum. So after sending a flying lap time, 58 seconds. He's 12 seconds off the pace minimum, 14 seconds potentially off the pace in sector number 2. So very slow sector. Good spot.
Well, look at the track map there. There he is. He's buried behind the 77 that was P9 at the start of the lap. So what could have happened to him? Was it hopefully not a failure like we've seen now if it's presumably turbos, because that seems to be pretty terminal and unlikely to get it back to the pits. It seems, unless you're really gentle on it. As how about there for the 34 machine of Akachat trying to limp that thing back as best he can, but that's going to be a painfully slow run back to the pits. So Nurapong back to third, Korekpong to fourth, Tanawat to fifth. There you go, Sungchai, Arnafap up to 6th and 7th. Monkol dropped back to P8. Does set a new fastest sector 3 in the process of trying to recover here, it seems. So how do you lose 12 seconds in a sector there? Slant got it all wrong down at turn 3. Had something go wrong 4-5 or something. Hard to say because we haven't had a chance to see it. But Sangchai Arnif up here on screen fighting over 6th.
Yeah, and the 58 truck, by the way, then immediately went and set the fastest final sector. So still got pace in that truck. It was just a mistake of some description. Perhaps might have crossed over some of the oil clear up powder down on the road at turn 3, and now it's trying to cut back through trucks. I think that is going to be the 58 truck. Indeed it is. Cuts his way back through, so makes up 2 spots straight past Arnafap and Sangchai by the time they get down to turn 4. So whatever the matter was, it's resolved itself just as quickly, and now the next 2 trucks on the road are going to be the 78 and the 9 of Thanawat's the 78 and Krokpong the 9. And that 90 wasn't looking 100% too helpful either. Too healthy either for Sangchai. Oh, whoa! That's a huge impact. That's Krokpong in the 9 machine. And I don't think the right front tire is going to be still up on that, or at least there's a wheel wobble going on. Could be the rim, could be just damage to the rim. But he's come off of, I think, turn 7, and the car's just snapped sideways and hard into the barrier.
Well, that's one we haven't seen yet this weekend. And in fact, unfortunately, I was a little distracted. Oh, is there another turbo going there? On 2 trucks? Or just the one there, the number 90 of Sungchai is pulled off, and that's clearly not going anywhere fast anytime soon. But I thought for a second also that the truck in front, but there's something definitely coming out from the front of the engine at the front there. And looks like can't even get it back to the pits, even.
Could be water coming from the back of the cooler on that one, Dan, I think might actually be.
Dear me. Well, Super Mongol going to try and get past Tanawat, and he does clear him on the run to turn 3, so that's P4 now for the 50 truck. And look at the last lap times. Everyone else is in the low 2-minute bracket, and he's doing a 1:57. He's decided he's going to personally set the timing sheets alight. So be careful here. Lap 5:12. We're seeing trucks falling left, right, and center. Although this could be a resurgence in the style of the 85 of a long corn we saw there in the D1 race just a moment ago.
He took 1.2 seconds out of the car ahead of him on that most recent lap. The 33 truck is Warapot, who finished the lap in 10th spot, and he won't be finishing the race because he's getting pushed back into the pit lane as it currently stands. But Super Monkol, 27.7, took 0.7 of a second out of Tanawat, who sits in 4th. Sorry, he actually did pass Tanawat in that first sector, so that's out of 3rd place. There was 6 seconds in the margin between Tanawat and Nudapong, who's the 50 truck up in 3rd place, as they come through the next sector, 43.5. So he's taken 2.3 seconds in the middle sector. He's going to be right up on the rear bumper of the 50 truck in not very long whatsoever, and you can hear them getting through the gears. The engines and the gearboxes protesting as the trucks are being shifted for Saranyu. He might be caught here in just a matter of time because they're coming at him. 8 more laps left to run. Will become 7 when they hit the start-finish line. And Kittapong, the 18 truck with the onboard, comes through the last corner. And there's the other truck at the last corner that's parked way off on the left-hand side at Marshall Post 12. So keep your eyes in the background because the 58 truck's coming for the 50. What's the time going to be this time through for the 58? It's going to be a 1:58.0. It takes 3 seconds. 3.8 seconds out of Nudapong. He's going to be on him this lap. He's only 2.7 behind him. He'll be on him by him this lap.
We don't usually see this kind of a margin happen in a race. Also, yeah, he's pulling 3 seconds on the race leader, so he'll be there by the end of the race. And the fact that it's mostly like he's gained a second in sector 1, which is basically a 90-degree right and a straight, and then here comes the domination through turn 3. Look at that there, just supreme confidence through the corner. And Super Monkol will go on by. We're also being told to check the last VMAX or top speed, and you've seen it too.
Faster than 3rd. So Nudapong. It was 40 kph faster than Nudapong. Get this, it was 45 kph. Add another 2 on that to Kittapong in second. So he's 47 kilometers an hour faster and 20 faster than Saranyu.
To actually put that in numbers, so you guys watching can understand, top speed of Super Moncolt. So the speed trap is triggered on the run to turn 3 on that main straight in sector 1. 215 kilometers an hour, which if I quickly do some imperial conversions for you fine people who don't speak metric, that's 133.5 miles an hour. Yeah, the car in front that he passed on the way out of turn 3.
Oh,
Scott
here's
was
the
saying.
lock-up.
Oh dear, number
69 backs it in.
Number 69 truck there indeed. Wutachai, who was in 11th at the start of the lap, unfortunately has come all undone. But yeah, going back through the VMAXs, 170 k's an hour for Nudapong, which was comes in at 105 miles an hour. And then Kittapong in front, even slower, 168 k's an hour or 104 miles an hour. And then for Saranyu, a little better at 194 kilometers an hour, but still barely cracking 120 miles an hour in comparison to the speed that we're seeing from not from your race leader. It's Super Moncolt. He's in third, and he's doing 133 plus mile an hour down that straight into turn number 3 as he's now eyeing off Kittapong. 56.6. The man's decided, 3 seconds is enough. He's going to go for a 4-second a lap improvement on these guys around him. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yep. He's going for it, and I tell you what, he's so close to matching the fastest lap times of the guys from the A class as well. So he is looking for promotion as Super Moncolt in the 58 truck. Clearly turned the turbo up just a little bit to try and create some pace out of that truck. So the 54 of Saranyu has a lead of about 5 seconds as it currently stands. Well, you have a look in the background as he comes out of turn 3, and that's what the 18 truck looks like. And all of a sudden, he's going to get a look at the 58 truck as here comes Super Moncolt. How much is Kittapong going to defend this? Well, he is covering the inside of the road. And by the time they get to turn 4, the 58 is just going to be ahead and gone.
I mean, yeah, once again, not as severe this. Oh, okay. Track limit's a little optional this time. But, okay, not quite as severe on this occasion. 208 kilometers top speed into the speed trap. Versus 108, like 24 kilometer an hour difference, because Kittapong only was able to get to 184 kilometers an hour, and the race leader, there he is, was only able to do 195 into the speed trap. And just for good measure, despite not being his fastest run through the speed trap for Super Moncolt, fastest sector 1 of the race, fastest sector 2 of the race, he's gained 2.5 seconds in sector 2 alone, let alone the half second he gains in sector 1. We're waiting to see here what the sector 3 timing is going to be like as they come up towards turn 12. But it's going to be nasty, I think, at the rate he's continuing to just cut down this lead like it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the 18 truck of Kittapong's just watching and going, well, I don't know how I'm going to match that. And now for the first time, the 54 might be made aware that 56 flat in the background for Super Moncolt. He took 4 seconds out of him. He took 4.3 seconds out of him on that most recent lap. It was a 6-second margin. It's under half that. He's going to be on the rear bumper of this 54 truck by the end of this lap. 5 laps left to run. What's the margin going to be? Oh, at this rate, it might be 20 seconds before the race is over. Oh, damn.
Well, yeah.
It's going to get exciting at the front.
Yeah, we wonder if Kittapong could maybe cut his way through to the front of the field. He's almost done it, but Super Moncolt's decided that there's a new speed here in Super Pickup. It's called Warp Speed that he can apparently engage. And the thing is, it's not. He's half a second quicker, and again, on this lap, he's actually backed it off, quote unquote, backed it off to 200 to a top speed in the trap. But it's here through second 2. Look how much time he's gaining through turn 4 and then under brakes into turn 5. I actually think, as crazy as the top speed deficit or difference was, and it still definitely seems to be showing a bit, he just looks even. You can't be you're not gaining that kind of speed purely through straight, like the straight. There's 2 major braking zones, 2 slow turns, and a fast turn in sector 2, and as a result, that's got to be where he's getting all of the speed he is. Apologies, we have lost the sound. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get it back for the end of the race, but nevertheless, we've got the pictures to enjoy the show here. What is Saranyu willing to put on the line to defend this one? here on lap number 9 of this race. Oh, pardon me, sorry, it's lap 8 of the race. We have to start lap number 9. And we'll have full, okay, there you go, middle of the road defense. Can he get enough drive off the turn, though, to protect into turn 1? Because here comes the crossover from Super Monko. Inside is his. Has he got enough drive? He was narrow. And Saranu, he gets across, covers it off. Going to force the 58 to go the long way around here at turn 1. Or can he park the bus and perhaps stall the run? No, he can't, Scott, here. I think it's coming here at turn 3.
Yeah, and already starting to look for the drive, and then all of a sudden the 58 truck just takes off. Now he'll pull alongside. What's the speed trap delta going to be when they get down here this time by? Super Moncole's capable of 215 in the trap. When they get here this time by, the end of the sector, 206 plays 189. So he's another 15 kilometers an hour faster yet again. But it doesn't matter for now because the lead is his. Lap traffic, they'll come up around on and immediately put behind them. I believe that's a 77 truck, which is on an outlap. Arnefap came into the lane a little bit earlier on, got back out there, got circulating once again.
Oh, well, still got to get through here. Lap 9 of 12. Got to get these laps now done to be able to tick off all the boxes for this race. Also, an update from Race Control. We have had a couple of notes come through, but actually not too many, all things considered. A black and white flag for track limits was issued to Truck 51 a while back. That's a Meta win, who unfortunately is a lap down on the field now in 11th place. Then received a flag for black smoke, which I think is partly why they would have ended up a lap down at this stage. And then the number 52 truck got itself a black and white flag for track limits. That there, though, is the number 96, and that's in the hands of, pardon me, where are they? As they go around there, it's Pizzit. Was P7 at the line. And, oops.
It's turn 3.
I have to spin that one back around indeed on the exit of turn 3.
I was wondering, that wide shot, we haven't seen that wide shot thus far this weekend. So, but yeah, it's definitely turn 3. The kink at turn 2 was visible in the background. It's the only place it could have been. And now defending to the inside of the road, the 50 machine of Nudapong has Thanawat, who's managed to make up all the time and get to him. 3 laps left as they cross the start-finish line. 3 laps left in the season opener for 2024. And the super pickup class is going to be interesting to the flag, as it always is. Oh, by the way, throw at the back end of this race, that 50 truck we're looking at on screen right now, black and white flag for exceeding track limits. So he's used up all the warnings. That might be some impetus for the 78 of Thanawat to get involved in this one. Covers the inside very aggressively, and Thanawat might have just missed the braking zone just a fraction there, although tips it in very wide, squares the corner off nicely.
Yeah, these trucks here are probably one of the few classes of car you may even want to go for that extreme late entry. Preserve, because you can then really put your boot into it if you get the exit right and preserve corner momentum as we go back towards the front of it. Look at the gap that Super Moncole's pulled. It was, well, he got it up to nearly 3 seconds at the start-finish line to start lap number 10 of this race. And then he's pulled another half second in Sector 1, but again, another 1.6 seconds in Sector 2. It's just so much better, it seems, whenever there's straights and corners involved. Yeah. It's not going to be pushing for any lap time records on this one here, it seems, but certainly still a class ahead of the field. And yeah, it really is going to be a game of how big will the gap be at the start-finish line. Saranu looks to have second basically to himself as well. Got some lap traffic to negotiate here, but they'll get out of his way without too much fuss, it seems. So that makes his life a little easier. There's Pramot there, he's just passed, who's currently sitting in 14th according to the timing. The fight is on for 4th, though, between Nudapong and Thanawat. Now, the also interesting thing about one of these trucks here is, oh, don't mind that for Nudapong having a good old wobble. Let's take a look at the right wheel. We've got some dangling bodywork on Thanawat's truck. Here we go, side by side to turn 1. Oh, he wanted to go over and block that off. You can't do that, not when the guy's still alongside you perfectly. Try again, turn 3 maybe, although you've lost a lot of ground there, not really pushing through turn 1.
Look at the 50 truck immediately. Nudapong immediately comes back to the right-hand side. I wonder whether or not it's a brake light. It looks like it might be a brake light that just popped out of the holding at the top. Although it looks like maybe from that shot, the lights are both still in at the rear end of the truck. Could be something from the rear end of the tray. Maybe some of the electronics located around the car. Yeah, that shot. No, all the brake lights are still in there. So it might be, it's from the section where the tailgate goes in. It's the bottom right-hand corner of that. So anyway, that's what it is dangling out the back end. At the moment, this is the only battle that we've actually got on track for position. Since clearing Saranyu, Supermon Cole slowed the pace down just a fraction and started to look after that truck. Make sure he gets to the finish line. Probably the smartest decision he might have made. No reason disappearing off into the sunset, only for the truck to pull up on the final lap of the race. So the 58 machine, we've got a view of him at this point in time, but it's the 78 of Thanawat and the 50 of Nudapong. We're going to go toe-to-toe for this next 1.5 laps, and it will be final lap board that will get displayed to the 58 truck. The run to the final lap, final corner of the lap. The Chang International Circuit has one more lap for us for the month of May for 2024, and it's going to be led by Supermon Cole. Although everything that we've just witnessed from the A and B class says that he may not necessarily cross the line just yet, and I'm hesitant to say that he might. The 18 of Kittapong has had a pretty reasonable race as well. And how does this battle fare in the background? The 50 truck still leads the way ahead of the 78 as they come to take the final lap. Or one more lap in the weekend worth of motor racing here, Dan. And Thanawat's got some work to do if he wants to get past Noodlepong.
And he does. Well, main straight into turn 3 achieved. Interesting note. Yeah, Supermon Cole's massively backed off now in sector 1. He's now clocking in at around that 108. Well, his last run through the speed trap, 187 kilometers an hour. Makes you wonder for these trucks if maybe the brake the speed trap marker is actually when some of them are on the brakes, if they choose to roll out. As how's that there? From Nunapog, he's almost lost the thing in turn 3. Thanawat trying to line up the run out of the corner with that super wide entry. Still goes for a super wide exit. Defense coming out from the number 50 here. This fight for 4th place here on the final lap. This is what we're looking to hopefully see here to wrap this one up. And bring it into the fast sweeping turn 4. Look at Thanawat. He's aggressive. Here we go. Can he get to the inside? Oh, thinks better of it apparently on this occasion. He'll try and, again, swing in wide entry to turn 5 and maybe smash the power down. And he does get a nice bit of run, but is he there for turn 6? He wants it, Scott, but no, he's not going to be there for turn 6, surely. Have to try again later in the lap. Maybe if he can set up for right at the end. Well, he's going to go for it here at turn 8. They've got truck as well to worry about, who has to back off and get out of the way.
Yep, so turn 8, they come down. It's the final half of the circuit. It's the final lap for this half of 2024. We'll be back to Buriram Chang International Circuit later on in the year, but it's going to be Supermon Cole looked after the truck all he needed to, and he will get to win the final race of the weekend. Saranyu out of the last corner is going to bring it home, celebrates with a fist out the window, and Kittapong comes home in 3rd for the 18 truck as well for TSS Thailand. Now we look back to the battle in the background. Who's going to come out of the final corner? There was a lap truck in the way, and the 50 truck lights up the tires. No room for the 78 to get on by. It'll be Nudapong from Thanawat in 4th and 5th. And the flashing of the lights and celebrations begin. What a weekend of motorsport, Dan. What a weekend of coverage. I'd have to say that's probably the best weekend we've covered thus far. That was amazing racing.
I mean, it certainly was. And yeah, without a doubt, I think, the best stuff we've been able to see from the full gamut of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. And I think looks like everyone keen to get a strong start here in 2024 and certainly delivering as a result. As there we go, Supermon Cole enjoying his nice cruise back into the pits and definitely going to be able to enjoy that one there as we basically are just waiting on the last couple of cars to finish up the race and then be able to hopefully catch the highlights to wrap up this day's racing, this day's coverage, and the whole weekend's package as well. But your podium there, once again, Supermon Cole on top, and the SMK Arcana MK Sport entry from Saranyu and Kittapong to round out your podium for that one. Let's say with Nunapong hanging on ahead of Thanawat for your top 5. Looks like here 10 trucks finishing on the lead lap with then Pichai in 11th, a lap down. Somnook in 12th, 2 laps down, along with Promote behind him as well. And then Arnefap finishing 4 laps down in 14th place there. But nevertheless, finishing the race. Unfortunately, though, that does mean we had 15th on back by the looks of things. Retiring from this one as we get our highlights from this final race of the weekend here to have a look at, Scott.
Yeah, and final day of coverage of the weekend, the final race of the weekend. It's always exciting to see how things go. And now we'll try and see if we can spot the 58 truck on lap 1 as he tried to cut his way through the field. It'll be an interesting one to keep our eyes out for. In the meantime, the gridding formations, it's always the thing about the C-Class drivers is you just see how much fun they're all having. They're just excited to get out and go racing. And go racing they certainly did. Lights dropped, the flag dropped, and neither of the trucks on the front row got their trucks rolling whatsoever. It took both of them a fair while to see if they could even wind up whatsoever. And it took a very, very long time for them to get underway, but get underway they eventually did. And it was a quest for the retirements, and there was a number of retirements up and down the field. In the early stages, the 34 truck blowing it out, the 18 truck celebrating, and how about that impact for Kirkpong and the number 9 machine?
Yeah, didn't quite catch that one earlier, so that's just a very unusual one there. Fortunately, another truck, the number 69, going for a bit of a spin, but then it was just the story of Super Mongol Detpek absolutely flying past every single person he could find, it seems, in that number 58, and then he refused to look on back. He did eventually start backing it off towards the end of the race, but at up to 4 seconds a lap faster than his competitors here today. Kind of crazy. And also the fact that his pace came was so considerable. Everyone else kind of peaked really early. He just kept on going and going and going. And eventually he finally backed it off, get the fist out to pump the air as he crosses the start-finish line to take that well-deserved win here in Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. And with that, our weekend is now done here, Scott.
Yeah, and Goody's going to get down and chat to the finishers of the final race of the weekend. Although, unfortunately for us, that one's going to be in Thai, so we're not going to be able to finish off the coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of everything that we've got for you here from the Thailand Super Series. On behalf of the English broadcast team, on behalf of myself, Scott Rankin, and Dan Yeaman, your coverage, and our producer, the entire team at Speed Cafe and the Thailand Super Series, we will join you in 2 months' time when we go racing at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. We'll see you all then.